Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Pinocchio. In the small Italian village of Collodi, where cobbled streets meandered between old houses and the scent of fresh bread mingled with the smell of freshly cut wood, there lived a carpenter called Geppetto. His small workshop, illuminated by the golden light coming in through a dusty window, was his refuge and workplace. The walls were decorated with meticulously organized tools, and pieces of wood of different sizes and textures waited patiently to be transformed into something special. Geppetto was known for his exceptional ability to create wooden toys that delighted the children of the village. His kind eyes, framed by thick gray eyebrows, shone when he saw the joy on the little ones' faces when they received his creations. However, behind that gentle smile, there was a deep loneliness that had accompanied him for years. One particularly cold night, while the stars twinkled in the dark sky like diamonds scattered on the black velvet, Geppetto found a special piece of wood in his workshop. It was a pine log that seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy. His experienced hands caressed the smooth surface, and he felt something different, something magical. Tonight, he muttered to himself, I'm going to create something truly special. With his tools in hand, he began to carve. The hours passed as he worked tirelessly, shaping what would become his most ambitious project, a life-size doll of a boy. As the night wore on, every detail came to life. Under his skilled hands, the expressive eyes, the delicate nose, the articulated limbs, Geppetto worked with such love and dedication that without realizing it, he began to talk to his creation as if it were already real. You will be my son, he whispered, putting the finishing touches to the doll. I'm going to call you Pinocchio. It was at that moment that something extraordinary happened. A silver-blue glow filled the workshop, and an ethereal figure materialized. It was the Blue Fairy, a magical creature of incomparable beauty. Her hair fluttered like silk in the wind even though there was no breeze in the room. Geppetto, her melodious voice echoed through the workshop. Your pure heart and sincere love have touched the realm of magic. Tonight, your wish will be granted. With a graceful flick of her wand, the fairy cast an enchantment over the wooden doll. Tiny sparks of light danced around Pinocchio, and to Geppetto's amazement, the puppet began to move. First, the toes twitched, then the knees bent, and finally the wooden eyes blinked, revealing a glimmer of life. Dad was the first word that came out of Pinocchio's wooden lips, making Geppetto's heart overflow with joy. The Blue Fairy, however, had an important warning. Pinocchio can become a real boy, but first he must prove his worth. He must learn the difference between right and wrong, be brave, honest, and selfless. It was then that a little cricket, who had always inhabited Geppetto's workshop, also received a special gift from the fairy. Transformed into a talking cricket, he would be Pinocchio's conscience, a guide on his journey to becoming real. I'll always be close by, said the talking cricket, adjusting a small hat and an elegant coat that magically appeared on his body to help Pinocchio make the right choices. In the days that followed, Geppetto discovered that raising a wooden child had its own unique challenges. Pinocchio, although full of life and curiosity, also showed a worrying tendency to get into mischief. His impulsive and naive nature led him into tricky situations, and his facility for lying soon manifested itself in a very peculiar way. His wooden nose grew with every lie he told. Remember, Pinocchio constantly warned the talking cricket, the truth is always the best way. Every lie not only makes your nose grow, but also takes you away from your dream of becoming a real boy. Collodi's village was soon abuzz with the presence of the living puppet. Some people welcomed him with fascination and affection, while others looked on with suspicion. For Pinocchio, every day brought new discoveries and temptations. The world beyond Geppetto's workshop was vast and full of wonders, but also of dangers that the naive puppet didn't yet understand. One day, when Geppetto decided it was time for Pinocchio to start his education, a new phase of challenges began. The idea of going to school aroused conflicting feelings in the puppet. On the one hand, there was the desire to learn and make his father proud. On the other, the distractions of the outside world were too tempting. "You need to study to grow up wise and good," explained Geppetto, preparing a small bag with school supplies he had bought with his savings. Education is the first step to becoming a real boy. As Pinocchio prepared for his first school adventure, the talking cricket watched with a mixture of hope and concern. He knew that the road to Pinocchio's transformation would be long and full of trials. The puppet would have to learn to resist temptation, distinguish true friends from false ones, and above all, remain faithful to the truth. The blue fairy, although no longer visible, kept a watchful eye on her magical creation. Pinocchio's fate lay in his own wooden hands, and his choices would determine whether he would achieve his dream of becoming a real boy or remain forever an animated puppet. The next morning, Pinocchio adjusted his little wooden tie, and with his bag of materials on his back, set off for school. The morning sun cast long shadows over the cobbled streets as Geppetto proudly watched his wooden son walk away from the workshop. Talking Cricket discreetly followed a few steps behind, determined to keep a watchful eye on his protégé. The road to school was full of tempting distractions. The sweet aroma coming from the bakery made Pinocchio pause momentarily, his wooden nose sniffing the air with curiosity. Across the street, a group of children were playing with colorful spinning tops, their laughter echoing through the quiet morning. With each new distraction, the talking cricket gently reminded him of his mission. "Remember, Pinocchio," whispered the cricket, "school is where you have to go. Your father worked hard to buy your materials." On arriving at school, Pinocchio was greeted with a mixture of amazement and curiosity by his new classmates. Some approached, fascinated, gently touching his wooden skin, while others kept their distance, whispering among themselves. The teacher, a kind lady called Donna Rosa, welcomed him with a warm smile, although her eyes revealed a hint of surprise at seeing a wooden puppet among her students. "Welcome, Pinocchio," she said, leading him to an empty desk. "I hope you're ready to learn." The first few hours of class were a challenge for the restless puppet. His wooden fingers struggled to hold the pencil correctly, and the creaking of his joints sometimes distracted the other pupils. But Pinocchio struggled on remembering the hopeful look on Geppetto's face when he had sent him to school. During break time, Pinocchio met two boys, Romeo and Franco, who seemed particularly interested in making friends. They invited him to sit with them and shared their snacks, something the puppet couldn't reciprocate since he didn't need to eat. Pinocchio, said Romeo with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, have you heard about the Stromboli Puppet Theater? It's in town today. Puppet theater? Asked Pinocchio, his wooden eyes widening with curiosity. Yes, continued Franco. It's the greatest show there is. It has music, dancing, and puppets that seem to have a life of their own, just like you. Talking Cricket, who was watching the conversation from his nearby hiding place, felt a tightening in his chest. He knew that kind of conversation well, and where it usually led. But what about school? Asked Pinocchio, a small wrinkle of concern forming on his wooden forehead. Oh, the school will be here tomorrow, said Romeo with a shrug. But the theater? It leaves tonight. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rest of the school day passed like a blur for Pinocchio, his mind divided between the duty of studying and the temptation of the theater. Talking Cricket tried to intervene whenever he could, whispering words of caution, but the seed of adventure had already been planted in the puppet's wooden heart. When the bell rang announcing the end of school, instead of going home, Pinocchio found himself following Romeo and Franco towards the center of town, where a large, colorful tent stood in the main square. Pinocchio, think again, implored the talking Cricket, jumping frantically to his side. Your father will be worried, and the school. But the puppet was mesmerized by the sound of the music coming from the tent, the glare of the lights, and the buzz of the crowd. His wooden heart beat faster with the excitement of the adventure ahead. Inside the tent, the spectacle was even more impressive than Romeo and Franco had described. Puppets danced and sang, performing impossible acrobatics in the air. Pinocchio watched with wide eyes, completely oblivious to his responsibilities. It was then that Stromboli, the master of ceremonies, a burly man with an exuberant mustache and calculating eyes, noticed something special in the audience. A wooden puppet that moved without strings. His eyes lit up with greed as he imagined the possibilities. How wonderful, exclaimed Stromboli, approaching Pinocchio after the show. A puppet that moves by itself. You'd be the star of my show. Pinocchio was flattered by the attention. The idea of becoming a star, of having people applaud and admire him, was too tempting to resist. Talking Cricket desperately tried to make his voice heard amid the excitement of the moment. But what about Geppetto? Reminded Cricket. What about his dream of becoming a real boy? Meanwhile, in his workshop, Geppetto looked anxiously out of the window, waiting for his wooden son to return. The hours passed, and his worry grew by the minute. He didn't know that his little Pinocchio was about to embark on an adventure that would test not only his courage, but also his loyalty and honesty. Night was beginning to fall on Collodi, and Pinocchio's choices would set him on a path full of consequences he couldn't yet imagine. The theater of Stromboli held dark secrets behind its colorful curtains, and the wooden puppet was about to discover that not all glitter is gold. Stromboli led Pinocchio backstage, showing him the dressing rooms full of hanging puppets and glittering costumes. The wooden puppet was amazed by it all. imagining himself on stage being applauded by hundreds of people. The businessman, with his deep voice and grandiose gestures, painted a tantalizing picture of fame and fortune. "Imagine my young friend," said Stromboli, his eyes shining with ill-concealed ambition. "You will be the greatest attraction this theater has ever seen. A puppet that moves without strings. The audience will love it." Talking Cricket, who was watching everything from a dark corner, felt his little heart squeeze with worry. He knew that kind of seductive promise well, and was desperately trying to make his voice heard. "Pinocchio, think of your father," begged Cricket. "Geppetto must be worried to death." But the puppet was too bewitched by the promise of glory to listen to the advice of his conscience. Stromboli presented a contract vaguely explaining its terms, while pointing to where Pinocchio should sign. "It's just a formality," assured the businessman, his smile not reaching his eyes. "You'll be rich and famous." His hands shaking with excitement, Pinocchio signed the contract without reading it, hardly realizing that he had just committed himself to something much more serious than he had imagined. Romeo and Franco, who had disappeared discreetly during the conversation, reappeared only to receive a few coins from Stromboli, their reward for bringing yet another attraction to the theater. Pinocchio's first show was a resounding success. The audience was enchanted by the puppet who danced and sang without the need for strings. His natural movements and genuine expressions provoked sighs of admiration and enthusiastic applause. For a few hours, Pinocchio felt truly special. However, after the show, when he tried to go out to visit Geppetto, he discovered the true nature of his deal with Stromboli. The businessman locked him in a metal cage, revealing his true face. "You belong to me now, doll," growled Stromboli, his once mellifluous voice now filled with cruelty. "That contract you so happily signed gives me all rights to you." Pinocchio's wooden heart sank. Tears of regret streamed down his face as he realized the terrible mistake he had made. Talking Cricket, who had managed to sneak into the cage, tried to console him. "Oh, Cricket," sobbed Pinocchio, "why didn't I listen to your advice? Now I'll never see my father again. I'll never be able to go to school. I'll never become a real boy." As the night progressed, the circus began to move on to the next town. The cart, carrying Pinocchio's cage, bumped along the dark roads, each kilometer increasing the distance between him and his beloved father. Meanwhile, in Collodi, Geppetto searched frantically for his son. He roamed the dark streets of the town, knocking on every door, asking everyone he met if they had seen his precious wooden doll. His voice, hoarse from calling for Pinocchio, echoed through the empty streets. In the moving cage, Pinocchio tried to think of a way to escape. It was then that he had an idea. Perhaps he could convince Stromboli to let him go just for a short visit to his father. "Mr. Stromboli," he called out as the businessman passed. Can I just pay my father a quick visit? I promise I'll be back." "Your father," laughed Stromboli, sarcastically. "A piece of wood doesn't have a father. You're just property, my property." At that moment, Pinocchio's nose began to grow, not because he had lied, but because he had promised something he knew he wouldn't keep. The sudden growth of his nose surprised Stromboli, who took a frightened step backwards. Talking Cricket, seeing an opportunity, quickly whispered to Pinocchio, "Use that to your advantage. Maybe we can find a way to escape." The puppet understood the plan. He began to tell deliberate little lies, making his nose grow longer and longer until it extended beyond the bars of the cage. With each new lie, the nose grew even longer, creating a kind of lever that began to force the prison bars. Stromboli watched in horror as the metal bars began to crack under the pressure of the growing nose. With a final snap, the cage opened and Pinocchio, taking advantage of the confusion, leapt to freedom, with the talking cricket clinging tightly to his clothes. They ran off into the night, chased by the furious screams of Stromboli and his assistants. The wooden puppet had never run so fast in his life, his jointed limbs creaking with the effort. The talking cricket guided him through the darkness, helping him to pick his way back home. The full moon illuminated their path as they got deeper and deeper into the forest that surrounded the road. The sounds of the chase gradually subsided until all that was left was the silence of the night and the soft rustle of their footsteps on the dry leaves. Exhausted and regretful, Pinocchio finally stopped to rest under a large tree. His nose, still elongated from his lies, slowly began to return to its normal size as he admitted his mistakes to himself and to the talking cricket. "I've learned my lesson," he said softly. "I'll never disobey my father or ignore his advice again, Cricket. Now, I just need to find my way back home." Talking Cricket smiled, gently happy to see that his protege was finally understanding the value of honesty and obedience. But little did they know that their adventure was far from over, and that new challenges awaited them in the darkness of the forest. The darkness of the forest seemed to swallow Pinocchio and the talking cricket as they tried to find their way back home. The trees, with their twisted branches, cast eerie shadows in the moonlight, and mysterious sounds echoed everywhere. The wooden puppet, still recovering from its escape from the Stromboli Theater, pressed its arms against its body, feeling the weight of real fear for the first time. "Cricket," whispered Pinocchio, his voice trembling slightly, "are you sure we're going in the right direction?" Talking Cricket, sitting on his protege's shoulder, tried to remain calm, although he was also worried. "Well, the stars can guide us," he replied, looking up at the sky through the treetops. "But this forest is denser than I imagined." As they walked, they encountered other forest creatures, owls that watched them with glowing eyes, foxes that sneaked through the bushes, and even some fireflies that for a moment reminded Pinocchio of the theater lights that had bewitched him hours before. Suddenly they heard children's voices and distant laughter. An orange light flickered between the trees, and the smell of roasting food hung in the air. Pinocchio, hungry for company, immediately wanted to investigate, but Talking Cricket held him back. "Careful, Pinocchio," he warned. "We've been in enough trouble for one day." But the puppet's curiosity was stronger. Approaching silently, they discovered a clearing where several boys were gathered around a campfire. It was a peculiar group, children of different ages, all with expressions of rebellious joy on their faces. "Look at that," exclaimed one of the boys, pointing to Pinocchio. "A puppet that walks." Before they could run away, they were surrounded by the group. To Pinocchio's surprise, the children showed no fear or repulsion, but genuine interest. The leader of the group, a boy called Lampwick, with tousled red hair and a sly smile, approached. "Welcome to the land of pleasures," announced Lampwick, bowing exaggeratedly. "Here there are no rules, school or adults, to tell us what to do. Talking Cricket immediately realized the danger, but Pinocchio was fascinated. The boys told stories about a magical place where children could do whatever they wanted, eat sweets all day, play endlessly, and never have to study or work. Come with us, insisted Lampwick. A magical wagon will pick us up at dawn. In the land of pleasures, you'll be free. The wooden doll felt torn. The promise of endless fun was tempting, but the memory of Geppetto's worried face haunted him. Talking Cricket seized this moment of hesitation to intervene. Pinocchio, remember what happened the last time you followed strangers? He whispered urgently. Think of your father. But the children kept trying to convince him, showing him toys, sweets, and games they had brought with them. The scent of roasted marshmallows and the sound of happy music filled the air, making it harder and harder to resist. Just one night, thought Pinocchio, just to find out what it's like. As the evening progressed, the puppet found himself joining in the fun, momentarily forgetting his worries. Talking Cricket watched apprehensively, noticing something strange in the other children's behavior. Their laughter seemed increasingly wild, their movements more uncontrolled. As the first rays of the sun began to tint the sky, a distant sound of bells and wheels caught everyone's attention. A colorful and ornate wagon emerged from the morning mist, pulled by creatures that looked like a mixture of horses and shadows. It's time, shouted Lampwick, running towards the wagon. Come on, Pinocchio. The land of pleasures awaits us. The puppet hesitated, looking alternately at the fantastic wagon and in the direction where he imagined his home would be. The talking cricket begged him to make the right choice. Please, Pinocchio, pleaded the cricket, don't make another mistake. Your father. But before he could finish, a gust of wind swept across the clearing, and the cart driver, a hooded figure with eyes that glowed like coals, stretched out a skeletal hand towards the children. It was then that Pinocchio witnessed something terrible. As his new friends climbed into the cart, their shapes began to change. Pointed ears sprouted from their heads, their noses turned into snouts, and bushy tails tore at their clothes. They're turning into donkeys, cried Pinocchio, horrified. Talking Cricket tugged hard on the sleeve of his clothes. Run, Pinocchio, run now. Without a second thought, the puppet shot off into the forest, the sound of braying and maniacal laughter echoing behind him. Branches and bushes whipped his wooden body as he ran faster and faster, the talking cricket clinging tightly to his neck. Their desperate escape took them deeper into the forest. But this time Pinocchio didn't care which direction he just wanted to get as far away from that terrible scene as possible. His wooden heart beat fast, and for the first time, he truly understood the value of the talking cricket's warnings and his father's teachings. The sun continued to rise in the sky, lighting his way through the forest that seemed to have no end. Exhausted, but determined, Pinocchio knew he had to find his way back home to his father, to the safety and love he had left behind in search of empty adventures. Dawn found Pinocchio and the talking cricket exhausted, but still moving through the forest. The frightening sounds of the magic wagon had finally ceased, leaving only the chirping of morning birds and the soft rustling of leaves. The wooden puppet, although tired, felt a new determination growing in his heart. He had to find his way back to Geppetto. "You know, Cricket," said Pinocchio as they walked, "ever since I came to life, I've caused my father nothing but worry. First school, then the Stromboli Theater, and now this." His voice shook slightly as he remembered the children turning into donkeys. The talking cricket, who had remained silent for most of the escape, adjusted his little hat and replied wisely, "The important thing is not the mistakes we make, Pinocchio, but what we learn from them." As they made their way through the forest, they began to notice subtle signs of civilization, a better defined trail, some marks on trees, and eventually the distant sound of a stream that Pinocchio recognized from nearby Collodi. Hope was reborn in their hearts. However, the way back still held one last challenge. As they approached the stream, they heard cries for help coming from the water. Running to the shore, they saw something that chilled their hearts. Geppetto was in a small boat that had capsized in the strong current. "Dad!" cried Pinocchio, his wooden heart almost stopping at the sight of his father struggling against the turbulent waters. "He must have gone out to look for you," exclaimed the talking cricket, jumping up anxiously. Without a second's hesitation, Pinocchio dived into the water. Being made of wood, he floated naturally, but the current was strong and threatened to sweep him away. With determined strokes, he swam towards his father, who was already showing signs of tiredness. "Pinocchio," shouted Geppetto when he saw his son approaching. "Careful, my son. The current is too strong." The puppet struggled against the water, using his natural lightness to reach Geppetto. When he finally reached him, he slung an arm around his father and began to swim back to the shore. The extra weight made progress more difficult, and Pinocchio could feel the water soaking his wood, making his movements heavier. Talking Cricket on the shore organized a group of forest animals to help squirrels stretched out long branches. Birds flew low, offering guidance, and even a beaver quickly began to build a small dam to slow down the current. With an extraordinary joint effort, Pinocchio managed to bring his father to the shore. They both fell exhausted onto the grass, Geppetto coughing up water, and Pinocchio feeling his wooden limbs heavier than ever. "My son," said Geppetto between gasping breaths, "I've been looking for you everywhere. When I heard about a wooden puppet in the traveling theater—" "Oh, father," interrupted Pinocchio, tears streaming down his wooden face, "forgive me. I've been such a fool. I disobeyed, I lied, and I almost turned into a donkey. All you wanted was to give me education and love, and all I did was cause trouble." To his surprise, Geppetto hugged him tightly, not caring about the water dripping off his son's soaked wood. "The important thing is that you're here now and that you've learned from your mistakes." At that moment, a familiar blue glow began to envelop Pinocchio. The blue fairy materialized before them, her gentle smile lighting up the damp forest. "Pinocchio," her melodious voice echoed, "you have finally understood the value of truth, courage, and family love. By risking your own life to save your father, you have proved yourself worthy of the gift you so desperately wanted." With a flick of his wand, blue sparks danced around the wooden puppet. Pinocchio felt a strange warmth spreading throughout his body, starting with his heart. His wood began to transform, becoming soft skin and real hair. His painted eyes came to life, and his nose, the nose that had so often given him away, became an ordinary boy's nose. Geppetto watched in amazement as his wooden son transformed into a real boy before his eyes. The talking cricket jumped for joy, and the forest animals celebrated with trills and whistles. I'm real, exclaimed Pinocchio, touching his face and arms in amazement. You've always been real in your heart, said the blue fairy. Now your exterior only reflects the truth that was inside you. The journey home was full of joy. Geppetto wouldn't let go of his son's hand, now warm and alive, and the talking cricket followed them proud of his role in Pinocchio's journey of transformation. When they arrived in Collodi, they found the town exactly as they had left it, but everything looked different to the new Pinocchio. The school, which had once seemed like a prison, now represented an opportunity for growth. The temptations of the street, which once led him astray, now seemed small in the face of the joy of being true and honest. In Geppetto's workshop, while his father prepared hot soup for them to recover from their adventure in the stream, Pinocchio looked out of the window at the starry sky. The same sky that had witnessed his antics was now watching a boy transformed not only in appearance, but in spirit. Cricket. Pinocchio called softly, "Will you continue to be my conscience?" Talking Cricket, who was settled in his favorite spot on the tool shelf, smiled. "I'll always be here to help. But now you have your own strong and true conscience. Use it wisely." And so, the puppet who dreamed of being a real boy finally got his wish, not through simple magic, but through lessons, learned truths, accepted and unconditional love. The story of Pinocchio would become a Collodi legend, told through generations as a reminder that honesty, courage, and family love are the true ingredients of the magic that turns dreams into reality. Dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and orange as Mei walked through the bamboo forest that surrounded the Silver Moon Temple. His soft footsteps barely made sounds over the fallen leaves, the result of years of training in the arts of meditation and conscious movement. At just 18 years old, she was the youngest among the monks at the temple. But her dedication to Buddhist teachings and her natural connection with nature made her special in the eyes of her master, the venerable Master Chen. That morning, something felt different in the forest. The usual birdsong was absent, and an unusual stillness hung in the air as if nature itself held its breath. Mei Li adjusted her orange robe and continued her morning walk, part of her daily routine of collecting medicinal herbs for the temple. Her long black hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her almond-shaped eyes carefully watched every movement in the shadows between the bamboo trees. A low, guttural moan caught his attention. It was not a common sound in that region, and her instincts, honed by years of mindfulness training, alerted her that something important was happening. Following the sound cautiously, Mei Li pushed aside some bushes and suppressed a gasp of astonishment. There, lying on a bed of fallen leaves, was a majestic white tiger, its immaculate fur stained red on its flank. The animal, larger than any tiger Mei Li had ever seen in ancient illustrations of the temple, opened its eyes upon realizing her presence. Instead of the typical feline gold, their eyes were a deep, crystalline blue, like frozen lakes. For a moment, their eyes met, and Mei Li felt something inexplicable, a connection that transcended the normal understanding between humans and animals. "You're hurt," she murmured softly, approaching with extreme caution. To his surprise, the tiger did not show any signs of aggression. On the contrary, his gaze seemed to carry an ancient intelligence and a deep sadness that touched the young monk's heart. As he examined the animal's wound, a strange energy began to pulse in the air around them. The wind whispered between the bamboos in a different way, carrying words in a language that Mei Li had never heard before, but which, inexplicably, she could understand. "Guardian," the ethereal voice seemed to say, "you have finally arrived." Mei Li blinked several times, unsure if she was actually hearing voices or if her mind was playing tricks. The tiger moved slightly, its blue eyes fixed on her, and then something extraordinary happened. A soft light began to emanate from its white fur, creating a silver halo around it. "Fear not," a deep, melodious voice echoed in her mind, and Mei Li realized, with amazement, that it was the tiger who spoke. "My name is Bai Hu, and I have been waiting for someone like you for a long time." The young monk sat back on her heels, her hands shaking slightly. "How is it possible? A tiger that talks? I'm more than just a tiger," Bai Hu replied, his mental voice filled with dignity. "I am one of the ancient guardians of the gate between the worlds, a sacred passage that maintains balance between the material and spiritual realms. For millennia, I have protected this boundary, but now," he paused, a pained groan escaping his throat. Mei Li immediately turned her attention to the wound. "Who did this to you?" "Those who wish to pierce the veil between the worlds," replied Bai Hu. "Ancient and evil forces seeking freedom to sow chaos. I managed to stop them, but at a great cost." While treating the wound with the herbs she carried in her bag, Mei Li felt a strange tingling in her hands. A gentle, silvery energy began to flow from his fingers into the tiger's body, visibly speeding up the healing process. "It's as I suspected," Bai Hu said, his mental voice now stronger. "You have the gift of spiritual healing. That's why you were chosen." "Chosen? What for?" "To be the next guardian. The gate needs both physical and spiritual protection. My strength is waning, and the dark forces are growing stronger. We need to work together to maintain balance." At this moment, an icy wind blew through the bamboo forest, bringing with it ominous whispers and shadows that seemed to move on their own. Bai Hu stood up quickly, ignoring the pain, his white fur shining with a light of its own. "They're coming back," warned the tiger. "Mei Li, you need to make a decision now. Do you accept your role as guardian? Once you do, there is no going back." The young monk looked at her hands, still glowing with that silver energy, and then at the forest around her, where the shadows were beginning to thicken in an unnatural way. All of his master's teachings about balance, compassion, and duty echoed in his mind. "I accept," she replied, her voice firm, despite the fear that was beginning to settle in her heart. The moment he spoke these words, a circle of light formed around them, and Mei Li felt a profound change in her being, as if something ancient awakened in her soul. The world around her seemed more vivid, more real, and she could feel the currents of energy flowing through the earth and air. So, it started. Bai Hu said, standing beside her protectively. From now on, you are not just a monk of the Silver Moon Temple. You are a guardian of the worlds, and our journey together has only just begun. The shadows around them continued to thicken, and sounds that did not belong to the natural world began to echo through the forest. Mei Li felt a shiver run down her spine, but she remained firmly at Bai Hu's side. Her life had completely changed in a matter of moments, and now she would face challenges she had never imagined existed. The fate of two worlds rested on her shoulders, and she knew she could not fail. Darkness intensified around Mei Li and Bai Hu, as ominous shadows slithered among the bamboo trees like snakes of smoke. The white tiger, now partially recovered, thanks to Mei Li's newfound healing powers, stood in a defensive stance, its fur glowing with an ethereal light that kept the shadows at bay. We need to move, Bai Hu whispered in his mind. The portal is vulnerable while I'm away. They will try to take advantage of it. Mei Li nodded, feeling a new awareness awaken within her. I could sense currents of energy flowing through the forest, some pure and bright, others corrupt and dark. It was as if a veil had been removed from his eyes, revealing a deeper, more complex reality. Where should we go? She asked, keeping her voice low as she watched the shadows move unnaturally. The portal is hidden in the ancient caves beneath Crescent Moon Mountain, Bai Hu replied. It's not far from here, but the path will be dangerous. The dark forces already know of your existence now, Mei Li. They will feel your awakening as guardian. As if to confirm his words, an unearthly howl echoed through the forest, making the hairs on the back of Mei Li's neck stand up. The sound didn't belong to any animal she knew. It was something older, more primitive. It's the shadow hunters, Bai Hu explained, beginning to move silently among the bamboos. Servants of the forces that attempt to disrupt the balance between the worlds. They take on forms that your mortal eyes can barely comprehend. Mei Li followed the tiger, her years of temple training allowing her to move almost as silently as he did. As they walked, she noticed that her own footprints left a faint trail of light that quickly faded, a visible sign of her new nature as a guardian. The sky above them darkened prematurely, as if a storm was approaching. But there were no clouds, just an unnatural darkness that seemed to suck the very light from the air. Mei Li felt a tightness in her chest as she thought about the Silver Moon Temple and Master Chen. Would they be safe? Your temple friends are protected, Bai Hu said, sensing his concern. Ancient blessings still guard that sacred place, but you must focus on the present moment, young guardian. Your journey has only just begun. As they advanced towards the mountain, Mei Li began to feel a change in her body. It was as if each cell was vibrating at a different frequency, tuning into energies that were previously beyond their perception. Her hands occasionally glowed with that silver light, and she discovered that she could control it with her thoughts. Power is awakening within you, Bai Hu observed. But remember your master's teachings. Balance is essential. The stronger the power, the greater the need for control. Suddenly, a denser shadow materialized before them, blocking their path. It was vaguely shaped like a wolf, but its proportions were distorted, and its eyes glowed a sickly red. Mei Li felt her heart quicken, but she remained firmly at Bai Hu's side. Don't show fear. the tiger instructed. They feed on it. The shadowy creature advanced, its claws leaving trails of darkness in the air. Instinctively, Mei Li raised her hands, and a shield of silver light formed between them and the monster. The creature backed away, hissing menacingly. Impressive, Bai Hu commented. Your instincts are strong, but we need to keep moving. Taking advantage of the creature's distraction, they strayed down a side path, moving quickly between the trees. Mei Li could feel other presences in the shadows, watching, waiting. The air grew colder as they approached Crescent Moon Mountain, and a mist began to form around their feet. The portal is reacting to your presence, Bai Hu explained. You're recognizing your new guardian. As they climbed the mountainside, Mei Li began to see ancient inscriptions carved into the rocks, symbols that, somehow, she could now understand. They spoke of a time before written history, when the material and spiritual worlds were closer, and the dangers that this proximity represented. Why do the dark forces want to cross the portal so much? She asked, as they dodged yet another threatening shadow. Power, Bai Hu replied simply. In the spiritual realm, they are limited by ancient laws and barriers, but in the material world, they could exert their influence freely, corrupting and destroying the natural balance of things. Thunder sounded above them, but there was no lightning. The sound seemed to come from another place, another dimension. Mei Li felt a growing pressure in the air, as if two different realities were pressing against each other. We're almost there, Bai Hu said, but it won't be easy. The portal needs to be sealed again, and to do that, you'll need to learn to use your new powers quickly. Mei Li nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. His life in the temple now seemed so distant, so simple compared to what he faced, but Master Chen's teachings echoed in his mind. Every challenge was an opportunity for growth, every obstacle a teacher. The entrance to the cave loomed before them, marked by ancient columns covered in luminous symbols. The air vibrated with energy, and Mei Li could feel the portal pulsing like a giant heart deep within the mountain. This was where her true ordeal would begin, where her destiny as a guardian would be truly tested. When they entered the cave, darkness enveloped Mei Li and Bai Hu, but the light emanating from both of them created a soft, protective halo. The rocky walls were covered in ancient carvings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, telling stories of ages past through luminescent symbols. Symbols are the ancient language of the guardians, Bai Hu explained, his blue eyes shining in the dim light. They contain knowledge and powers that you will need to learn to master. Mei Li ran her fingers over the inscriptions, feeling the energy flow through them. Images began to form in his mind, ancient battles between light and dark, the first guardians sealing the portal, the delicate balance between the worlds being maintained across the millennia. A sudden tremor shook the cave, causing small rocks to fall from the ceiling. The air became thicker, charged with a dark energy that made Mei Li shudder. They're trying to force their way through, Bai Hu said, his mental voice filled with urgency. We need to get to the portal core before it's too late. They advanced deeper into the cave, through tunnels that seemed to change shape as they passed. Mei Li realized that the place did not follow the normal laws of space. It was as if they were walking between dimensions. Suddenly, shadows began to materialize around them, taking increasingly more defined shapes. They were no longer just the hazy silhouettes of the forest, but creatures with distorted shapes and hungry eyes. Focus on your inner light, by who instructed, positioning himself in a fighting stance. Let it flow naturally, like the waters of a river. Mei Li closed her eyes for a moment, remembering the temple's meditation practices. The silver energy within him responded, expanding in gentle waves that kept the creatures at bay. One of the shadows, more daring, tried to cross the light barrier. Mei Li felt a stab of pain as the energies clashed, but she stood her ground. With an instinctive movement, he channeled more power through his hands, creating an arc of light that dispersed the creature. Very well, Bai Hu approved as he swatted away another shadow with his luminous claws. You learn quickly, young guardian. They continued advancing, facing increasingly intense waves of shadow creatures. Mei Li discovered that she could not only create barriers, but also form beams of light that cut through the darkness like silver blades. The air grew heavier as they approached the portal's core. Strange sounds echoed through the tunnels, whispers in ancient languages, distorted screams, seductive promises of power. Mei Li kept her mind focused, remembering Master Chen's teachings on the importance of maintaining inner clarity amid chaos. What happened to the other guardians? She asked, as they passed through a particularly large chamber, its walls covered in crystals that reflected their light. Some fell in battle, Bai Hu replied regretfully. Others were corrupted by the promises of the shadows. That's why the portal was so vulnerable. I was the last one, until you arrived. Before Mei Li could respond, a low, deep laugh echoed through the cave. A figure emerged from the shadows, a tall man wearing black robes that seemed to be made of liquid darkness. His eyes were pools of emptiness, and a cruel smile played on his lips. So, this is the new guardian? His voice was like ice scraping against stone. A temple child, barely out of his meditations. Standards have truly fallen since ancient times. Bai Hu growled, his fur glowing more brightly. Zhongkui, you were one of us. How could you betray everything we believed in? Betray? The man laughed again. I just opened my eyes to the truth. Why keep the worlds separate when we could have so much power? Why serve when we can rule? Mei Li felt an invisible pressure trying to overpower her, as if darkness itself was trying to penetrate her mind. But years of training in mental discipline at the temple were not in vain. She kept her defenses up. Power for power's sake only leads to destruction, she said, her voice firm despite the fear she felt. Balance exists for a reason. Empty words from a naive mind. Zhongkui sneered, raising his hands. Waves of black energy began to form around him. Let me show you the true power of shadows. The battle that followed was unlike anything Mei Li had ever experienced. Zhongkui launched attacks of pure darkness, trying to subdue her with brute force. But to her own surprise, she discovered that she could respond instinctively, as if her body remembered movements she had never learned. Bai Hu fought at her side, his attacks naturally coordinated with hers. The light they emanated merged into complex patterns, creating barriers and counterattacks that kept Zhongkui at bay. Impossible, growled the corrupted former guardian, as one of his most powerful attacks was dispersed by Mei Li's light. How can a novice have so much power? Because she understands the true meaning of being a guardian. Bai Hu replied, "It's not about power, but about harmony. It's not about dominating, but about protecting." Mei Li felt a new wave of energy flow through her, stronger than any before. It was as if the cave walls themselves were responding to his presence, the ancient symbols glowing in tune with his power. "The portal calls us," Bai Hu said. "We need to get to him now." With one last look of contempt, Zhongkui retreated into the shadows. "This is not over, little guardian. The portal will open whether you want it or not." Mei Li and Bai Hu continued on their way, now with even more urgency. The confrontation with Zhongkui had revealed much about the nature of their mission and the dangers they faced. It was not just a battle between light and dark, but a fight for the balance of reality itself. After the confrontation with Zhongkui, Mei Li and Bai Hu finally arrived at the central chamber where the portal was located. It was an immense circular space, with a ceiling so high that it was lost in the darkness. In the center, an ancient structure rose from the ground, a stone arch covered in luminous symbols that pulsed like a heart. "The gateway to the worlds," Mei Li whispered, feeling the ancient energy emanating from the structure. It was as if every fiber of his being responded to the presence of that sacred place. For millennia, this portal has maintained the balance between the realms, Bai Hu explained, his blue eyes reflecting the mystical lights. But now it is weakened. The shadows have found holes in its defenses. Mei Li approached the arch, observing the symbols that danced on its surface. Some she recognized from the temple's teachings. Others seemed to awaken ancient memories that were not hers, knowledge of the guardians who came before her. "How can we strengthen the portal?" she asked, gently touching the ancient stone. A current of energy flowed through his fingers, making the symbols glow more brightly. "The strengthening ritual requires both physical and spiritual power," Bai Hu replied. "We must unite our energies in perfect harmony." But first, a violent tremor interrupted his words. Shadows began to form around the chamber, thicker and more menacing than before. Zhongkui's voice echoed off the walls. "You guys are too late." Black fissures began to appear in the air around the portal, like cracks in reality itself. Through them, Mei Li could glimpse fragments of another world, a realm of perpetual darkness, where monstrous forms moved in the shadows. "He's trying to force the portal open," warned Bai Hu, positioning himself in a defensive posture. "Mei Li, you need to begin the ritual. I will keep the shadows at bay." The young guardian nodded, closing her eyes and breathing deeply as she had learned in the temple. He let his energy flow naturally, connecting with the ancient symbols of the portal. The words of the ritual came to her instinctively, in a language she had never studied, but which now seemed as natural as her own. Breathing, as Mei Li chanted the sacred words, Bai Hu faced wave after wave of shadow creatures. Its white fur shone like a star, its claws cutting through the darkness with lethal precision. But for every shadow he dispersed, two more seemed to appear. Zhongkui materialized again, his black robes billowing like living smoke. "You cannot stop the inevitable, little guardian. The veil between the worlds is already too thin. Mei Li maintained her concentration even when she felt the dark power trying to interfere with the ritual. The fissures in the air were expanding, and through them, ancient and terrible voices called, promising power and forbidden knowledge. Don't listen to him, Bai Hu shouted in his mind as he fought three dark creatures simultaneously. Shadow promises are always poisoned. A beam of black energy cut through the air towards Mei Li, but she managed to dodge it at the last moment without interrupting the ritual. His fingers traced complex patterns in the air, leaving trails of silver light that intertwined with the symbols of the gate. Impressive, Zhonghui admitted, his voice thick with malice. But you still have much to learn about true power. He raised his hands, and the darkness around him intensified, sucking the light from the chamber like a black hole. Mei Li felt her strength begin to waver. The ritual was taking more energy than she thought possible, and the dark pressure was relentless. It was then that he felt something touch his shoulder, a gentle, familiar presence. You are not alone, my young disciple. Master Chen's voice rang clear in his mind, bringing with it memories of peace and inner strength. Other presences joined her, the spirits of the ancient guardians, each contributing their own light to strengthen the ritual. Impossible, roared Zhonghui, his empty eyes widening in surprise. The former guardians cannot interfere directly. We are not interfering, replied an ethereal voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, just reminding our young sister of who she really is. Mei Li's energy was renewed, flowing with a strength she had never experienced before. The symbols on the portal began to glow with blinding intensity, and the fissures, in reality, began to close one by one. No, shouted Zhonghui, throwing all his strength at her. You can't do that. The power of the shadows is greater than its light. But Mei Li had found something stronger than power. She had found harmony. The light emanating from her was not just hers, but the combination of all the positive forces that came together at that crucial moment. Master Chen's wisdom, Bai Hu's strength, the legacy of the ancient guardians. The words of the ritual reached their climax, and a wave of silver energy exploded from the portal, sweeping through the darkness like leaves in the wind. Zhonghui screamed in fury and despair as his form was dispersed by the waves of purifying light. When it was all over, Mei Li staggered, exhausted but satisfied. The portal now glowed with a steady, serene light, its symbols perfectly aligned and strengthened. The presences of the former guardians gently faded away, leaving only a sense of peace and gratitude. Bai Hu approached her, his paws making no sound on the stone floor. You did it, young guardian. The portal is safe again. We did it, Mei Li corrected, smiling as she stroked the tiger's soft fur. Together. Yes, agreed Bai Hu, his blue eyes shining with pride. But our task is not yet over. The balance must be maintained, and the shadows will always seek new ways to penetrate our world. Mei Li nodded, understanding that this was just the beginning of her journey as a guardian. There was still a lot to learn, a lot to protect, but now she knew she was not alone in this sacred mission. The portal continued to gently pulse behind them, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between light and shadow, between the material and spiritual worlds. And there, in the ancient chamber beneath Crescent Mountain, a new era of guardians had begun. In the days following the strengthening of the portal, Mei Li established a new routine. During the day, she continued her duties at the Silver Moon Temple, but the nights were dedicated to learning her powers as a guardian. Under Baihu's guidance, the cave beneath Crescent Moon Mountain became his second home, a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the mystical dissolved. Ancient symbols contain more than just power, Baihu explained as they walked through the portal chamber. They carry the history of all the guardians who came before us, their experiences, their knowledge. Mei Li ran her fingers over the luminous carvings, absorbing their ancient wisdom. Each day brought new discoveries, new aspects of his powers that he needed to master. The confrontation with Zhonghui had shown how much he still needed to learn. One night, while practicing energy manipulation with Baihu, a different tremor ran through the cave. It wasn't the menacing vibration of shadows trying to invade, but something more subtle, like a distant calling. What was that? Mei Li asked, her heightened senses picking up changes in the energy currents around the portal, the echoes from the other side. Baihu replied, his blue eyes fixed on the ancient arch. Not all creatures in the spirit realm are evil. Some ancient spirits maintain balance as much as we do. As if responding to his words, luminous shapes began to materialize in the chamber. They were different from shadows. Their presence brought peace and serenity. Mei Li recognized among them the ethereal silhouettes of ancient Buddhist masters, guardians of long-forgotten temples. The time has come for your true test, young guardian, said one of the figures, his voice reverberating with ancient wisdom. The portal has been strengthened, but balance needs to be maintained on both sides. What does that mean? Asked Mei Li, although something inside her already knew the answer. It means you must learn to walk between the worlds. Baihu explained, as guardian, your presence is necessary in both the material and spiritual realms. One of the ancestral spirits approached, its glowing form vaguely resembling a monk in traditional robes. Long ago, the guardians could move freely between dimensions, maintaining harmony through their presence on both sides of the veil. Mei Li felt a shiver run down her spine. The idea of crossing over to the other side, of entering the spiritual realm, was both exhilarating and terrifying. What if I'm not ready? You're more ready than you think, assured Baihu, gently touching his nose to her hand. Remember how you faced Zhonghui. Your strength comes not just from power, but from understanding the true meaning of balance. The spirits began to form a circle around the portal, their energies intertwining into complex patterns of light. The air grew thick with mystical power, and the ancient symbols on the walls pulsed in tune with the ritual that was taking place. To pass through the portal consciously, explained one of the spirits, you must be in perfect harmony with both sides of the veil. Your physical body will remain here, anchored by Baihu, while your spiritual essence travels to the other side. Mei Li closed her eyes, breathing deeply as she had learned in the temple. Years of meditation and spiritual practices had prepared her body and mind for this moment, without her even knowing it. Fear not, Bai Hu whispered in his mind. I will be with you through our connection. The spirits began to chant in an ancient language, their voices blending into a melody that seemed to touch the very fabric of reality. Mei Li felt her body become lighter, as if she were floating. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had changed. The cave walls were still there, but now they seemed to be made of crystallized light. The air was filled with colors that did not exist in the material world, and she could see currents of energy flowing like luminous rivers through space. Welcome to the spiritual realm, said a familiar voice. It was Master Chen, but not as she knew him. Here his form was composed of pure light, his eyes containing the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Teacher, Mei Li could hardly believe it. Are you also a guardian? I was, in another life, he smiled. Now, I am just one of many guides who help maintain balance on this side of the veil. As she walked through the spiritual realm, Mei Li began to truly understand the importance of her mission. This was not just a world of shadows and light, but a place where all energies met and transformed. Every step he took revealed new wonders and also new responsibilities. The worlds are like two halves of a whole, Master Chen explained as they walked. Each reflects and influences the other. As a guardian, you must learn to maintain a balance in both. Suddenly, movement in the shadows caught his attention. It was a familiar form, Zhongkui, but different from how she had known him. Here, his true nature was exposed, a soul tortured by his own ambition. He was also my student once, Master Chen said sadly. The lust for power has corrupted him, but even here, there is hope for redemption. Mei Li watched as other spirits approached Zhongkui, offering healing and understanding. In this realm, battles were not fought with force, but with compassion and wisdom. This is the true work of a guardian, continued Master Chen. Not just protect the borders between worlds, but promote harmony on both sides. When she returned to her physical body, Mei Li found Bai Hu waiting patiently. The white tiger looked pleased, his blue eyes shining with approval. You understand? He said simply. Yes, Mei Li replied, feeling transformed by the experience. Being a guardian is not just about fighting the shadows, but about maintaining balance in all aspects of existence. And so, under the soft light of the portal, Mei Li fully accepted her fate, no longer just as the young monk of the Silver Moon Temple, but as a true guardian of the worlds, bridge between the material and the spiritual, protector of the sacred balance that keeps reality in harmony. In a faraway kingdom where the mountains touched the clouds and the valleys were covered in golden flowers, lived Princess Helena, a young girl with honey-colored hair and eyes as green as emeralds. Her life in the castle was peaceful and happy until the day her father, King Theodore, announced that she should marry Prince Richard, heir to the Northern Kingdom, to strengthen the alliance between the two kingdoms. Helena didn't know Prince Richard personally, but she had exchanged letters with him for months, and his kind and intelligent words had gradually won her heart. The prospect of finally meeting him filled her with anticipation and nervousness. For the long journey to the Northern Kingdom Her father had provided a special companion, his beloved horse, Falada, a magical animal that had been a gift from his late mother. Falada was no ordinary horse. His white coat shone like pearls in the sun, and his deep blue eyes held ancient wisdom. Most extraordinary was her ability to speak, a gift she kept secret from almost everyone except Helena. From an early age, the princess and Falada shared conversations and secrets, becoming inseparable confidants. Marta, her personal maid, was assigned to accompany her on the journey. Marta was an ordinary-looking young woman, with black hair always tied up in a severe bun and brown eyes that hid an unbridled ambition. For years, she served Helena, silently observing the privileges and luxuries of royal life, nurturing an envy that grew day by day. On the morning of her departure, Helen's queen mother, who had died some years before, made herself present with 3 special objects: a handkerchief embroidered with 3 drops of her blood, the horse Falada, and a golden amulet that was to protect her daughter during the journey. "Guard these gifts with your life," the queen had said on her deathbed, "for they carry ancient and powerful magic." The entourage set off at dawn, with Helen riding Falada and Marta on a common horse. The first few hours of the journey went smoothly, with the 2 women passing through green fields and small villages. Helena chatted animatedly with Falada in whispers, while Marta rode a few paces behind, her face a mask of false submission. It was during the first rest stop, near a crystal-clear stream, that Marta's true intentions began to reveal themselves. As Helena bent down to get a drink of water, the precious handkerchief slipped out of her dress. Marta, who was watching attentively, quickly picked it up and hid it in her own clothes. "My princess," said Martha in a honeyed voice, "are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you some water." Helena, in her natural kindness, accepted the offer. As she bent down to receive the glass of water from her maid's hands, Marta seized the moment to snatch the golden amulet from Helena's neck. The princess, realizing the betrayal, tried to react, but Marta had already pulled out a dagger she had been hiding. "Now listen to me carefully, princess," whispered Marta with venom in her voice. "From now on, we'll change places. You will wear my simple clothes, and I will wear your royal robes. If you dare tell anyone the truth, this dagger will find your heart before you can finish your sentence." Helena, trembling with fear and surprise, looked to Falada for help. The horse advanced a few steps, but Marta was quicker, pressing the blade against the princess's neck. "And if this magical horse tries to interfere," she threatened, "I guarantee that your precious neck will be the first to meet my blade." With tears in her eyes, Helena was forced to exchange her fine clothes for Marta's simple attire. The maid, now dressed as a princess, mounted Falada. Despite the animal's silent protests, "Remember," warned Marta, "one word about this, and it will be the end of you. In the northern kingdom, you'll be just a servant, and I'll be the princess everyone expects." The journey continued with the roles reversed. Helena, mounted on the common horse, wept silently as she watched her former maid riding her beloved Falada. The magical horse cast worried glances at its true owner, but was helpless in the face of Marta's threats. As they approached the northern kingdom, Helena's anxiety grew. How could she bear to see her maid marry Prince Richard. How could she live a life of servitude in the kingdom she was supposed to rule alongside her true love? Only Falada knew the truth, but even he was under constant threat from the cruel Marta. The sun was beginning to set when they saw the first towers of the castle of the northern kingdom on the horizon. Helena knew that, from that moment on, her life would change forever. Her heart was heavy with the weight of the secret she was forced to keep, but a small flame of hope still burned in her chest. Perhaps, somehow, the truth would find a way to come out. As they rode through the last fields before the castle, Helena whispered an ancient prayer her mother had taught her, asking for strength to face the difficult days ahead. The wind carried her words across the golden fields, and for a brief moment it seemed that even nature shared her sadness. The sun had already set when the entourage finally crossed the gates of the northern kingdom. The torches lit along the castle walls cast dancing shadows on the ancient stones, creating a spectacle that, in other circumstances, would have delighted Helen. Now, however, every step towards the castle only increased her despair. In the main courtyard, a small crowd was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the future princess. Prince Richard himself was there, tall and elegant in his royal blue robes, his eyes anxiously scanning the entourage in search of the one with whom he had exchanged so many affectionate letters. Helena felt her heart squeeze when she saw him for the first time, recognizing in him the same kindness that came through in his letters. Marta, displaying a studiedly graceful posture on Falada, dismounted with the help of two page boys. Her triumphant smile could barely disguise the glint of greed in her eyes when Prince Richard approached to kiss her hand. Helena, standing in the back as a simple servant, watched the scene with a mixture of horror and sadness. "Welcome to the northern kingdom, my princess," said Richard, his voice soft, just as Helena had imagined it from the letters. "I hope the journey wasn't too tiring." "Not at all, my prince," replied Marta, imitating the refined manners she had observed in Helena over the years. "The journey was uneventful, especially with this magnificent horse." Falada, upon hearing these words, shook her head in obvious displeasure, but only Helena noticed her gesture of protest. The magical horse cast a meaningful glance at its true owner, as if asking forgiveness for not being able to reveal the truth. In the days that followed, Helena was assigned to work in the stables, and later as a goosekeeper in the castle grounds. Marta, fearing that the closeness between Helena and Falada might expose her secret, quickly orchestrated a cruel plan. "My beloved prince," she said one morning, her honeyed voice hiding her true intentions, "that white horse, though magnificent, has proved dangerously temperamental. I fear for my safety and suggest that he be sacrificed." Ricardo, although surprised by the request, didn't want to upset his fiancée. He ordered Falada to be taken to the slaughterhouse, much to the dismay of Helena, who watched helplessly as her most faithful friend was led away to his death. The night before the execution, Helena managed to sneak out to the stables. She found Falada in his stall, his blue eyes shining sadly in the darkness. "My dear friend," she whispered through her tears, "forgive me for not being able to save you." "Don't cry, my princess," Falada replied softly. "Even after my death, I will continue to watch over you. Ask the executioner to fix my head on the great portal through which you pass every day with the geese. That way, I'll still be able to see you and, perhaps, help you when the time is right." The next morning, mustering all her courage, Helena approached the executioner. She offered him a small gold coin that she had kept with her, begging him to grant her request to fix Falada's head on the portal. The man, moved by her tears and attracted by the coin, agreed. From that day on, every morning when Helena passed the gate leading the geese to the fields, she exchanged words with Falada's head. "Ah, Falada, you're hanging there." And the head would reply, "Ah, young princess, you pass this way. If your mother knew of your misfortune, her heart would break without mercy." A young shepherd named Conrad, who often took his flock to graze in the same fields as Helen, began to notice these strange conversations. He also noticed something else. Helena's long, honey-colored hair shone like gold in the morning sun, and when she combed it, little winds would appear out of nowhere, carrying leaves and flowers through the air. There was something magical and noble about this simple goosekeeper, something that didn't match her apparent position. Conrad began to observe her more closely, intrigued by the mystery surrounding her. Meanwhile, in the castle, Marta continued her farce, but was beginning to show signs of nervousness. She couldn't reproduce Helen's natural grace, and her replies to the letters mentioned by Richard sounded empty and confused. The prince, although kind, was beginning to notice small inconsistencies in his fiancée's behavior. One afternoon, while Helena was tending the geese, a particularly strong wind tore off the scarf she was wearing to hide her hair. The golden locks danced in the air, catching the sunlight in a way that seemed supernatural. Conrad, who was watching the scene from afar, decided he could no longer keep his suspicions to himself. The young shepherd began to ask discreet questions among the castle servants, collecting small details about the arrival of the princess and her mysterious maid. Little by little, a bigger picture began to form in his mind, a picture that suggested something was very wrong at the court of the Northern Kingdom. What Conrad didn't yet know was that his investigations would end up playing a crucial role in revealing the truth. For now, he continued to watch silently as Helena went about her daily routine, finding solace only in her brief moments with Falada's head and in the increasingly faint hope that one day the truth would come out. Conrad's suspicions grew each day he watched Helena in the fields with the geese. His discreet investigations led him to discover more intriguing details about the arrival of the supposed princess and her servant. During his conversations with other castle servants, he noticed that many also found something strange about the behavior of the prince's fiancée. One particularly cold morning, while Helena was passing through the gate with her geese, her usual conversation with Falada was interrupted by an unexpected sound. Prince Richard was walking through the nearby gardens, and for the first time heard the strange exchange of words between the goosekeeper and the horse's head. Intrigued, the prince hid behind a pillar to take a closer look. There was something familiar in the melodious voice of the young woman talking to the horse's head, something reminiscent of the tone of the letters he had enjoyed so much. His eyes widened at the sight of Helena's golden hair shining in the dawn light, a far cry from the austere appearance of his fiancée. Conrad, who was also witnessing the scene, noticed the prince's presence and decided it was time to share his discoveries. He discreetly approached Richard and, bowing respectfully, asked for a private audience. In the royal office, Conrad related his observations of the last few days. Helena's strange powers over the wind, her conversations with the horse's head, and the natural nobility that emanated from her simplest gestures. The prince listened attentively, connecting these details with the inconsistencies he had noticed in his fiancée's behavior. "There's something else, Your Highness," said Conrad hesitantly. "The older servants comment that the false princess shows ignorance of events mentioned in the letters that Your Highness and the real princess exchanged." Ricardo felt his heart squeeze. The doubts he had tried to ignore were now taking on form and substance. He decided that he had to find out the truth, but carefully, so as not to alert the impostor. Meanwhile, in the fields, Helena continued her work with the geese, unaware of the discoveries being made. Her only company, apart from the birds, was a little boy called Lucas, the son of one of the cooks, who helped her with her daily chores. Lucas had grown fond of Helena, enchanted by the stories she told him during long afternoons in the fields. One day, while playing with a golden feather he had found, he made an innocent remark that would have great consequences. "You know, Helena," he said, "you talk like the people in the castle, not like the other servants. And when you tell stories about queens and princesses, it sounds like you were really there." Helena felt a shiver run down her spine. Before she could reply, she noticed movement in the nearby bushes. It was Marta, who had apparently chosen that moment for a stroll through the castle gardens. The false princess's face was livid with anger. She had heard the boy's comment and feared that her lies were beginning to fall apart. That evening, Marta summoned Helena to her chambers. "You're getting careless, you fool," hissed Marta, once again holding the dagger she always carried. "Maybe it's time to make sure you can never tell stories to anyone again." But before Marta could do any harm, a firm knock sounded on the door. It was Prince Richard, accompanied by Conrad and some guards. The shepherd had witnessed Marta dragging Helena into the castle, and, fearing for the safety of the goosekeeper, had warned the prince. "My dear bride," said Ricardo with studied calm, "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." His eyes traveled around the room, noticing the dagger in Marta's hand and the fear in Helena's eyes. Marta tried to hide the weapon, but it was too late. In her haste, she dropped the handkerchief, embroidered with the 3 drops of blood of Helena's queen mother. The precious fabric slid across the floor to the prince's feet. "Interesting," murmured Richard, picking up the handkerchief. "This embroidery bears the royal seal of the southern kingdom. How could an ordinary maid have obtained such a gem?" Just then, a strong wind blew through the open window, ruffling Marta's carefully tidied hair and loosening Helena's golden locks. The contrast between the two women had never been so evident. Lucas, who had followed the group to the castle, snuck into the room and ran to embrace Helena. "Tell the truth," he whispered. "Tell it like in your stories, where good always wins in the end." Helena looked at the prince's gentle face, Conrad's encouraging smile, and Lucas's hopeful expression. Finally, her eyes found the quivering dagger in Marta's hand. It was time to choose between fear and the truth. "I am Helena, the true princess of the southern kingdom," she declared, her voice gaining strength with every word. And this woman, my former servant, forced me to change places with her under threat of death. The silence that followed her statement was broken only by the clang of the dagger falling to the ground as the guards finally overpowered Marta. The false princess, seeing her plan fall apart, began shouting desperate accusations, but her words rang hollow in the face of Helena's natural dignity. In the days that followed the revelation of the truth, the castle of the Northern Kingdom underwent a profound transformation. Martha was immediately imprisoned in the dungeons, awaiting trial for her crimes, while Helena was restored to her true position as princess. Prince Richard, deeply ashamed of not realizing the deception beforehand, devoted himself entirely to compensating Helena for the suffering she had endured. News of Helena's true identity spread quickly throughout the kingdom. The castle servants, who had always noticed something special about the gentle goosekeeper, now bowed respectfully when she passed by. Lucas, the cook's little son, was appointed the princess's personal page, a reward for his loyalty and friendship during the difficult days. Conrad, whose careful observations had been instrumental in unmasking Marta, was promoted to royal advisor, a position he accepted with humility. His meticulous investigations had revealed that Marta had not acted alone. She had accomplices among some of the castle's servants who had helped her maintain her charade. One morning, while walking through the gardens with Richard, Helena stopped in front of the portal where Falada's head was still attached. Silent tears streamed down her face as she gently touched her former friend's muzzle. Falada always knew the truth, she said softly. He tried to protect me to the end, even when he could no longer speak openly. Ricardo, moved by the pain in his voice, made a solemn promise. I will have a memorial built in Falada's honor in the castle gardens. His sacrifice and loyalty will never be forgotten. Falada's head, as if responding to the prince's words, glowed softly in the sunlight. Helena could have sworn she saw one last smile in her friend's eyes before the magical glow that kept him conscious finally faded. His mission accomplished, King Theodore, Helena's father, was immediately informed of the events. His fury at the treatment of his daughter was only appeased by the news that she was now safe and that justice would be done. He left immediately for the Northern Kingdom, bringing with him documents and witnesses who could confirm Helen's true identity. During Marta's trial, which took place in the great hall of the castle, several truths came to light. The former maid, confronted with evidence of her betrayal, finally confessed how she had planned her usurpation for years, studying Helena's ways and gathering information that could make her farce convincing. I always wanted to be more than just a servant, Marta declared, her bitter voice echoing through the hall. Why should she have everything just because she was born a princess? Helena, sitting next to Ricardo during the trial, felt a mixture of pity and disappointment for her former servant. True nobility is not in blood or title, she said, her voice clear and firm, but in the actions and heart of each person. The royal council, presided over by King Theodore and the nobles of the Northern Kingdom, deliberated at length on Martha's fate. For her crimes of treason, threatening the life of the princess, and usurping royal identity, she was condemned to perpetual exile, to live out the rest of her days in a distant land beyond the seas. While Marta was being taken away to serve her sentence, Helena dedicated herself to making up for lost time with Richard. The letters they had exchanged took on new life in their conversations, and the love that had been born through written words blossomed even stronger in their daily coexistence. The prince discovered that the real Helena exceeded all his expectations. Her strength in the face of adversity, her compassion even for those who had wronged her, and her natural wisdom charmed him more and more. The afternoons she had spent tending the geese had not diminished her regal grace. On the contrary, they had only increased her understanding of the lives of the ordinary people of the kingdom. Lucas remained a constant presence in Helena's life, now no longer as a little companion in the fields, but as a dedicated apprentice in the arts of the court. The princess made a point of continuing to tell him stories, but now her tales had a different flavor. They were stories of perseverance, of justice, and of how the truth, however long it takes, always finds its way. One day, while supervising the construction of Falada's memorial in the gardens, Helena found something extraordinary, a small sprout growing exactly where the magical horse's last tears had fallen. As the days went by, the sprout grew into a tree with silver flowers, whose petals, the gardener said, shone under the moonlight like Falada's hair. This discovery seemed like a sign from heaven, a blessing for the future that lay ahead. Helena and Ricardo's wedding was scheduled for the next full moon, when the magic tree's flowers would be in full bloom. Preparations began immediately, with envoys going out to all the allied kingdoms with ornate invitations. The story of the princess who became a goosekeeper and regained her throne thanks to the loyalty of a magical horse, the friendship of a child, and the shrewdness of a shepherd began to spread throughout the lands. Bards composed songs about his journey, and mothers told his story to their children before bed, a reminder that truth and goodness always prevail. On the eve of the royal wedding, the northern kingdom was ablaze with celebration. The streets were decorated with silver flowers from the Falada tree, their magical reflections dancing in the twilight. Helena, in her chambers, watched the preparations from the window as she recalled her extraordinary journey from that first day. As a goosekeeper to the present moment, little Lucas ran into the room, his eyes shining with excitement. Princess Helena, you must see. More guests have arrived from the southern kingdom, she smiled, taking the boy's hand and walking out onto the balcony. Indeed, a new caravan was crossing the castle gates, bringing more friends and family to celebrate the union of the two kingdoms. Among the new arrivals, Helena recognized her old tutor, Lady Beatrice, who had taught her etiquette and history since childhood. The sight of the old woman brought tears to her eyes, tears of joy, so different from those she had shed during her trying days. Conrad, now in his official robes as a royal advisor, coordinated the reception of the guests with admirable efficiency. His perspicacity, which had once served to uncover the truth about Martha, was now proving equally valuable in the castle's administration. He had become one of the most respected members of the court, proving that true nobility comes from character, not birth. On the morning of the wedding, While the first lights of day were still painting the sky, Helena paid one last visit to the spot where Falada's memorial had been built. The magical tree that had grown there was covered in flowers, as if Falada himself wanted to present his princess with a gift on her special day. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, making the silver petals dance in the air. "Thank you, my faithful friend," whispered Helena, touching the trunk of the tree. For a moment, she thought she heard Falada's distant neighing in the wind, a final blessing from her magical protector. The great hall of the castle was transformed for the ceremony. Gold and blue tapestries, representing the colors of the two kingdoms, covered the walls. Enchanted crystals floated in the air, filling the room with a soft, ethereal light. The guests began to arrive, nobles from all the neighboring kingdoms, each bringing gifts and good wishes for the bride and groom. Lucas, proud in his new royal pageboy uniform, led the guests to their seats with a dignity that made Helena smile. The boy had grown up a lot since his days in the fields with the geese, but he retained the same purity of heart that had made him see through appearances and recognize the real princess beneath the imposed disguises. When the time came for the ceremony, Helena walked down the center aisle of the hall, wearing a dress that combined the simplicity she had learned to value with the elegance of her royal position. Tiny silver flowers from the Falada arbor were entwined in her golden hair, shining like stars. Ricardo, waiting at the altar, felt his heart race at the sight of her. In the months since the truth had been revealed, his love for Helena had only grown stronger. He admired not only her beauty, but her strength, her compassion, and her wisdom, qualities that no impostor could ever emulate. King Theodore, with tears in his eyes, led his daughter to the altar. Along the way, Helena saw familiar faces, the castle servants who had been kind to her in her days as a goosekeeper, the nobles who had helped her regain her rightful place, and even some of the geese, which Lucas had insisted on bringing to the ceremony, properly behaved in a small decorated pen in the garden. During the exchange of vows, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The flowers on the Falada tree, which had been used for decoration, began to emit a soft silver glow. It was as if the ancient magic that had protected Helena during her journey was manifesting its approval of the union. The banquet that followed the ceremony was a celebration of the union, not just of two hearts, but of two kingdoms. Historians present commented that they had never seen an alliance strengthened in such a unique way, through hardship, truth, and true love. Conrad, in his speech as royal advisor, recalled the extraordinary story he had witnessed. "Today we celebrate not just a wedding," he said, "but the triumph of truth over deceit, of goodness over unbridled ambition, and of love over fear." As the night wore on, Helena and Ricardo danced under the stars in the castle garden near the Falada tree. The soft music mingled with the whisper of the silver leaves, creating a magical melody that seemed to tell their story for generations to come. "You know," said Helena, resting her head on Ricardo's shoulder, "when I was looking after the geese, I dreamed of this moment, but I feared it would never come true. Now I understand that every trial I've faced has made me stronger, more worthy of the love we share. Ricardo gently kissed her forehead. You've always been worthy, my dear. Every letter we exchanged, every word we wrote, revealed your true heart, something no disguise could hide. Lucas, who had fallen asleep in a nearby chair, smiled in his sleep, probably dreaming of the new stories that would be born of this day. Helena knew that her own story would continue to be told, not just as a fairy tale, but as a testament to the power of true love and the importance of staying true to yourself, no matter the circumstances. And so, under the glow of the stars and the magical flowers of Falada, a new chapter began in Helena and Ricardo's story, a chapter of love, truth, and magic, which would continue to inspire hearts for many generations to come. The rising sun painted the sky of Persepolis with golden hues as Cyrus Feroxad walked through the halls of the ancient fire temple. Their footsteps echoed softly against the weathered stone walls, each engraved with sacred symbols that told ancient stories. As a guardian of ancient scriptures and a Zoroastrian scholar, he dedicated his mornings to contemplating sacred texts, seeking to more deeply understand Zarathustra's teachings. On this particular morning, something felt different. The air was thicker, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The eternal flames that burned on the main altar danced in an unusual way, casting shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. Cyrus, at 45 years old, had already witnessed several phenomena within those sacred walls. But this was different. Approaching an ancient carved wooden bookcase, his fingers ran through the parchments until he found a particularly dusty volume, hidden among better-known texts. The manuscript, unlike the others, was sealed with a red silk cord and had marks that I didn't immediately recognize. His heart quickened. In 2 decades as a guardian, he had never noticed that particular text. Master Cyrus, the young voice of his apprentice, Darius, echoed through the hallway, momentarily breaking his concentration. The 19-year-old boy, with his lively and curious eyes, hurriedly approached. I found something in the catacombs that you need to see. Cyrus hesitated, the mysterious manuscript still in his hands. But the urgency in Darius's voice intrigued him. Following their apprentice through the temple corridors, they descended a spiral staircase that led to the ancient catacombs. The air grew colder and damper with each step, and the torches on the walls cast dancing shadows across the reliefs that decorated the path. In the deepest chamber, Darius pointed to a wall that appeared to have been recently exposed, likely due to moisture that had deteriorated some of the cladding. There, carved into the stone, was a symbol that made Cyrus catch his breath. It was identical to the seal on the manuscript he had just found. What does it mean, Master? Darius asked, his eyes switching between the manuscript in Cyrus's hands and the engraving on the wall. It's an ancient seal, Cyrus replied, his voice low and contemplative, related to the first teachings about the eternal battle between Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu. His fingers delicately traced the contours of the symbol on the wall. But there is something more here, something that is not in the traditional texts. At that moment, an inexplicable gust of the wind extinguished several torches, leaving them partially in darkness. Cyrus felt a shiver run down his spine. There were no natural drafts at that depth. They quickly relit the torches, but the atmosphere had changed. The air seemed heavier, charged with omens. Returning to the temple library, Cyrus and Darius devoted themselves to studying the newly discovered manuscript. As they deciphered the ancient texts, a disturbing revelation began to take shape. The manuscript spoke of a forgotten prophecy, one that suggested that the balance between good and evil was not as simple as traditional teachings proposed. Here, Cyrus pointed to a specific passage. It speaks of a moment of convergence when the forces of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu would come together in a unique way, a period when the very nature of their eternal battle could be altered. Darius leaned over the text, his eyes scanning the ancient words. And when would that moment be, Master? According to these calculations, Cyrus paused, his expression turning serious. It's starting now. The distant sound of thunder echoed through the temple, making them both look up. Through the tall windows, they could see dark clouds forming in the previously clear sky, an unusual phenomenon for that time of year. In the following weeks, strange events began to multiply. Disturbing dreams tormented not only Cyrus and Darius, but all the inhabitants of the temple. The sacred flames flickered for no apparent reason, and visitors reported unsettling sights around the temple. High Priestess Yasmin, a woman of recognized wisdom and long gray hair, began to show concern about the events. Something is stirring, she said during a board meeting, something that has been dormant for millennia. Cyrus shared his findings with the council, but was met with skepticism by some of the more conservative members. These texts are not canonical, argued one of the elders. They could be the work of heretics or fraudsters. But Cyrus knew in his heart that there was truth in those writings. Every word resonated with an authenticity I couldn't ignore. And as he continued his studies, he discovered more connections between the prophecy and historical events documented over the centuries. One night, while working alone in the library, Cyrus had an experience that would change everything. The candle flames flickered, and for a fleeting moment he clearly saw a luminous figure reflected in the ancient bronze mirrors. It was a vision of Ahura Mazda, not as the abstract deity of the teachings, but as a real, tangible presence. The vision lasted only seconds, but it left Cyrus with an unshakable certainty. He had been chosen for a crucial role in the unfolding of that ancient prophecy. The manuscript was not just a historical text, it was a guide to events that were about to unfold. He shared his experience with Darius and Yasmin, the only ones he trusted completely. The prophecy speaks of a guardian, he explained, one who must pass through the veil between the worlds to restore balance. And you believe yourself to be this guardian, Master? Darius asked, his voice mixing respect and concern. Not by choice, replied Cyrus, but by appointment of the gods themselves. The manuscript came into my hands for a reason. Yasmin, who had remained silent, finally spoke. If this is true, Cyrus, you will face dangers beyond mortal comprehension. Angra Mainyu will not allow her influence to be diminished without resistance. The high priestess's words hung in the air like a dark omen, but Cyrus had already made his decision. A journey was about to begin, one that would take him to the limits of his faith and understanding, crossing the boundaries between the material and spiritual worlds. Preparation for the journey began the next morning. Cyrus knew he couldn't just leave without adequate preparations. The ancient texts were clear about the necessary rituals and the dangers he would face. In the temple library, he and Darius spent days studying every detail of the manuscript, looking for clues about the path to follow. "See this, master," said Darius, pointing to a particularly intriguing passage. The text mentions a sacred place in the mountains, where the veil between the worlds is thinnest. His fingers traced the ancient words reverently. "The mountains of Damavand." Cyrus nodded, recognizing the mythical location. Damavand was not only the highest mountain in the region, but also a central figure in countless Persian legends. According to ancient stories, it was there that the serpent tyrant Zahak was imprisoned, and where the forces of good and evil met in their eternal clash. High Priestess Yasmin joined them, bringing with her ancient maps and scrolls. "The roads to Damavand are dangerous," she warned, unfolding a yellowed map on the table. "And I'm not just talking about the physical dangers. Those mountains are guarded by forces that few understand." As they discussed the preparations, strange events continued to manifest themselves in the temple. The sacred flames danced in inexplicable patterns, forming symbols that disappeared before they could be deciphered. The dreams of the temple's inhabitants became increasingly vivid and interconnected, as if a greater force was trying to communicate something through the veil of sleep. One afternoon, while Cyrus was meditating in the temple garden, a black raven landed near him. The bird, larger than normal, had eyes that sparkled with supernatural intelligence. He fixed his gaze on Cyrus for long moments before letting out a caw that echoed unnaturally throughout the garden. When it took off, it dropped a single black feather, which, upon touching the ground, turned into a small dark crystal. "A sign from Angramenu," murmured Yasmin, when Cyrus showed her the crystal. "He knows your intention and is trying to intimidate you." Preparations intensified after this incident. Yasmin conducted rituals of purification and protection, while other priests gathered sacred artifacts that could aid Cyrus on his journey. Darius, in turn, insisted on accompanying his master, despite attempts to dissuade him. "I cannot allow you to make this journey alone, master," the young apprentice argued. The texts themselves speak of the importance of balance between experience and innocence, between wisdom and vital force. After much reflection, Cyrus agreed to Darius's presence. The young man was right. There were passages in the manuscript that suggested the need for a complementary pair to cross certain spiritual barriers. On the eve of his departure, a special ritual was performed in the heart of the temple. Under the light of the eternal flames, Yasmin anointed them both with sacred oils. While chanting ancient prayers in Avestan, the air vibrated with mystical energy, and for moments, everyone present could feel the presence of something greater, as if Ahura Mazda himself was observing the proceedings. "Remember," Yasmin said, her voice filled with power and concern, "the path you have chosen is not just physical. Every step you take will be in both the material and spiritual world. The forces you will face will try to confuse you, make you doubt everything you know. During the ritual, the black crystal that Cyrus had found began to pulse with a dark light. Yasmin quickly wrapped him in a white silk fabric embroidered with protective symbols. Carry it with you, he instructed. Sometimes we need to embrace the darkness to find the light. That night, while the final preparations were being made, an unprecedented storm hit the region. Lightning flashed across the sky in strange patterns, and the wind howled like ancient voices. In the main hall of the temple, the sacred flames burned more intensely than ever, casting shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Cyrus spent his last hours in the temple, recording his discoveries and interpretations in a new manuscript. If something happened to him during the journey, he wanted to make sure the knowledge wasn't lost. Darius, in turn, was busy memorizing prayers and protective spells that Yasmin had taught them. At dawn, when the storm finally subsided, Cyrus and Darius met at the temple gates, ready to leave. They carried only the essentials: the original manuscript, some selected sacred texts, protective amulets, and basic provisions. Yasmin was waiting for them for one last blessing. The path to Damavand will not be linear, she warned. Trust the signs that Ahura Mazda will send. But be aware of the illusions of Angra Mainyu. The truth often hides in the shadows between light and darkness. As the sun rose over the horizon, master and apprentice began their journey, leaving the safety of the temple behind. What awaited them in the mystical mountains of Damavand, none of them could predict with certainty. But they both felt, in the depths of their beings, that they were about to become part of something much bigger than themselves. A gentle breeze blew, carrying with it the distant sound of temple bells, as if the wind itself wanted to bless their departure. Above them, a hawk circled in the morning sky, its presence a possible sign of Ahura Mazda guiding their steps. The great journey was just beginning, and each step brought them closer to the destination that awaited them in the ancient mountains. The journey to the mountains of Damavand proved more challenging than Cyrus and Darius had imagined. The terrain gradually became steeper, and the atmosphere around them seemed to change subtly with each step they took towards their sacred destination. Yasmin's words echoed in their minds as they advanced through the rugged landscape. During the third day of their journey, they found a small village at the foot of the mountains. The locals, upon noticing their priestly robes, received them with a mixture of reverence and apprehension. An old woman with deep eyes and snow-white hair approached them. "The signs warned us of your coming," she said, introducing herself as Malihe. "The mountains have been restless, and the dreams of our people are troubled by ancient visions." Cyrus and Darius were invited to spend the night at the house of Malihe, who turned out to be a keeper of ancient local traditions. As they shared a modest meal, she shared stories that were not in any of the sacred texts they knew. For the past few moons, Malihe revealed, shepherds have reported strange lights on the slopes of Damavand. Some say they have heard chants in forgotten languages echoing through the ravines at night. That night, as they rested, Cyrus was awakened by a vivid dream. In it, he saw himself in front of a portal of light, where the forms of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu intertwined in a cosmic dance. An ancient voice whispered in his mind, "Balance is not in separation, but in understanding." In the morning, when he shared his dream with Darius, he discovered that his apprentice had had a complementary vision. "I saw a maze of mirrors," said the young man, "where each reflection showed a different truth of the same reality." Malihe, listening to their reports, brought out an ancient scroll kept by his family for generations. "This map," she explained, "shows sacred paths through the mountains that few know. It was traced by those, like you, who have sought the secrets of Damavand." The map revealed a network of caves and passages that did not appear in official temple records. Some of the symbols marked on it matched those found in the manuscript they carried, confirming that they were on the right path. As they departed the village, Malihe presented them with a talisman made from a translucent blue stone. "This belonged to my ancestor, who was also a truth seeker," she said. "In the darkest hours, your light will guide them." As they climbed the slopes of Damavand, the air became thinner and charged with mystical energy. The black crystal they carried began to pulse more intensely, responding to the proximity of something powerful. Malihe's talisman, meanwhile, emitted a soft glow that seemed stronger when they followed the correct path. On a particularly foggy afternoon, they found the first physical evidence of the forces operating on the mountain. Ancient inscriptions covered the walls of a narrow gorge, telling stories of the eternal battle between good and evil in a language that mixed known and unknown symbols. Darius, whose knowledge of ancient languages had proven invaluable, spent hours studying the inscriptions. "Master," he called urgently, "there is something here about a ritual that must be performed when the stars align with the ancient portals." As they were examining the inscriptions, the weather began to change drastically. Dark clouds formed with supernatural speed, and lightning danced between the mountain peaks. The wind carried whispers in languages long forgotten. A particularly loud thunderclap made the ground shake beneath their feet, and an opening appeared in the rock wall, revealing the entrance to a previously hidden cave. Malihe's talisman glowed brightly, while the black crystal vibrated with a dark energy. "It's here," Cyrus murmured, recognizing symbols described in the manuscript engraved around the entrance. "This is one of the portals mentioned in the texts." Before they could decide how to proceed, they heard a sound that made their hearts run cold. A low, melodious laugh that seemed to come from all directions at once. A figure emerged from the mist, its form alternating between shadow and light. "Welcome, seekers," said the apparition in a voice that was simultaneously male and female, ancient and young. Few have come this far in their quest for understanding. Cyrus and Darius remained still, their minds struggling to process what they saw. The figure seemed to be both a manifestation of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, an impossibility that defied everything they had learned. "What are you?" asked Cyrus, his voice firm despite the fear he felt. "We are what you seek and fear," the figure replied. "We are the reflection of the truth that few dare to contemplate." The apparition gestured towards the cave. "The path is open to those who have the courage to question what they believe they know. But remember, Some truths, once known, cannot be unknown. With these words, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving Cyrus and Darius faced with a crucial choice. The cave in front of him represented not just a physical path, but a gateway to knowledge that could fundamentally transform his understanding of the eternal conflict between good and evil. The wind continued to blow, carrying echoes of ancient music and whispers of long-kept secrets. Above them, the clouds moved in hypnotic patterns, as if the sky itself was breathing in anticipation of what was to come. Chapter 4. Cyrus and Darius exchanged meaningful glances before entering the mysterious cave. Malihe's talisman lit his path with a bluish glow, revealing tunnels that seemed to stretch infinitely deep into the mountain's bowels. The air was thick with ancient energy, and their breaths echoed off the stone walls. As they advanced, the cave walls began to exhibit a phosphorescent glow of their own, revealing more inscriptions and symbols that seemed to change subtly when observed for a long time. Darius kept a meticulous record of everything they encountered, his hands shaking slightly as he drew the symbols in his notebook. "Master," whispered Darius, his voice reverberating softly, "these inscriptions, they seem to tell a different story than the one we know. They speak of a time before the separation, when Ahura Mazda and Angramenyu were one." Cyrus felt a shiver run down his spine. This concept went against everything he had studied and taught during his life. However, the evidence before them was undeniable. The manuscript they carried began to heat up in their bag, as if responding to the proximity of a long-forgotten truth. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into an impressive circular chamber. In the center, a deep well emanated a light that alternated between gold and purple. Surrounding the well, 7 pillars rose to the ceiling of the cave, each decorated with symbols representing different aspects of existence. The black crystal they carried began to vibrate violently, and Malihe's talisman pulsed in response. It was as if the 2 artifacts were speaking in their own ancient and mysterious language. "The pillars," Cyrus murmured, moving closer for a closer look. "Each represents a fundamental force in the universe. It's not just good and evil, but every nuance in between." As they studied the pillars, a familiar voice echoed through the chamber. It was Malihe, but at the same time, it wasn't. His form appeared as a reflection on the surface of the pit, but his eyes shone with an ancient knowledge that transcended his mortal appearance. "You have arrived at the Well of Convergence," said the apparition. "Here, truths mingle and certainties dissolve. What you always believed to be an eternal battle is, in fact, a cosmic dance of transformation." The air in the chamber grew thicker, and images began to form around them. Visions of ages past and future, moments of creation and destruction, all intertwined in an infinite pattern of change and renewal. Darius, whose young eyes seemed better able to absorb the visions without getting lost in them, began to decipher the patterns. "Master, I see now. It's not about overcoming evil, but about understanding your role in the greater balance." Darius's words provoked an instant reaction. The symbols on the pillars began to glow brightly, and the pit in the center of the chamber emitted a pillar of light that reached the ceiling of the cave. Within this light, forms began to materialize, manifestations of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, but not as eternal adversaries, but rather as complementary aspects of a greater reality. Cyrus felt his understanding of the world expand and transform. Decades of study and beliefs were challenged by this new revelation, but instead of resisting, he allowed himself to absorb this deeper truth. The manuscript, he said, removing it from his bag, was not just a guide for this journey. It was an invitation to rediscover an ancient truth that has been fragmented by time and human misunderstanding. The pages of the manuscript began to glow with the same light that emanated from the well, and new texts appeared in the margins, revealing layers of meaning that had previously been hidden. It was as if the manuscript itself was alive, growing and transforming with each new understanding. A sudden tremor shook the chamber, and ancient voices began to echo off the walls. They were not voices of warning or threat, but rather an ancient choir that sang the true story of creation, a story of unity, separation, and the eternal desire for reunification. "What should we do now?" Darius asked, his voice mixing reverence and apprehension. Before Cyrus could respond, the black crystal and blue talisman floated from his hands, meeting in the air above the well. As they touched, an explosion of light filled the chamber, and for a moment, master and apprentice could clearly see the fabric of reality, the threads of gold and shadow that intertwined to form the tapestry of existence. "We must share this knowledge," Cyrus finally responded, "but wisely. The world is not ready to completely abandon the idea of duality, but we can begin to plant the seeds of a deeper understanding." Malihe's apparition smiled, her reflection rippling on the surface of the pit. "You have learned well. The true purpose of this journey was not to find definitive answers, but to open your hearts and minds to a greater truth." The air in the chamber began to calm, and the visions slowly dissipated, leaving only a deep sense of peace and understanding. The black crystal and the blue talisman returned to his hands, but now they were different, fused into a single artifact that pulsed with a light that was neither light nor dark, but something entirely new. Cyrus and Darius understood that their journey was far from over. In fact, it was just starting in a new way. The knowledge they had acquired would need to be translated into a language that others could understand, a process that would require both wisdom and courage. The return to the temple was marked by a sense of profound transformation. Cyrus and Darius emerged from the mountains of Damavand not only with new knowledge, but with an understanding that had fundamentally altered their perceptions of reality. The molten artifact, the union of the black crystal and the blue talisman, pulsed gently in their hands, a constant reminder of the truth they had discovered. During the journey back, the landscape looked different, as if the world itself was revealing itself in a new light. Shadows no longer represented just darkness, but rather necessary aspects of existence, dancing in harmony with the sunlight. Even the animals he encountered along the way seemed to react to his presence differently, as if they felt the change that had occurred in them. When they arrived at the village of Malihe, they discovered that the old woman had left, leaving only a note with cryptic words. The circle is complete when we understand that there never was a circle to begin with. The villagers spoke of her as if she had always been more than a mere mortal, a keeper of ancient knowledge who appeared only when necessary. At the temple, they were greeted with a mixture of relief and apprehension. High Priestess Yasmin awaited them at the gates, her eyes immediately fixed on the transformed artifact they carried. You return changed, she said, not as a question, but as an observation. In the weeks that followed, Cyrus and Darius dedicated themselves to documenting their findings, but they encountered unique challenges in the task. How to express in words a truth that transcended language itself. How to translate experiences that defied conventional understanding. Perhaps, Darius suggested one night as they worked in the library, we shouldn't try to explain everything directly. We can create a new kind of sacred text, one that guides others to discover these truths for themselves. Cyrus agreed, recognizing the wisdom in his apprentice's words. Together, they began to develop a new teaching method, incorporating elements of their experiences in the mountains. The original manuscript, now transformed by the light of the Well of Convergence, served as the basis for his work. The changes to the temple began subtly. The sacred flames, which had previously burned in a constant pattern, now danced in complex rhythms that seemed to tell ancient stories. The dreams of the temple's inhabitants became more vivid and meaningful, filled with symbols and messages that echoed the truths discovered in Damavand. Yasmin, observing these transformations, called a special council. The more conservative members of the temple expressed concern about the new interpretations that Cyrus and Darius proposed, fearing that they would undermine established traditions. We came not to destroy, but to expand, Cyrus explained to the council. True tradition is not a prison of dogma, but a living river of wisdom that continues to flow and renew itself. To demonstrate this, he and Darius began conducting special meditation sessions at the temple, during which the molten artifact was used as a focus. Those who participated reported profound experiences of connection with something greater than themselves, glimpses of the fundamental unity that existed beyond apparent dualities. Knowledge began to spread beyond the temple walls. Pilgrims from distant lands began to arrive, drawn by rumors of a new understanding of the ancient teachings. Each brought their own perspectives and experiences, contributing to an increasingly rich and multifaceted understanding of truth. One day, while conducting one of these sessions, Cyrus had an important realization. The journey was never about finding definitive answers, he shared with his listeners. It was about learning to ask the right questions, about opening our hearts to possibilities that our fears and prejudices prevented us from seeing. Darius, who had grown not only in knowledge, but in wisdom, began to develop his own teaching methods, often working with the youngest members of the temple. His approach combined ancient traditions with new understandings, creating a bridge between the past and the future. The molten artifact, kept in a special place in the temple, continued to reveal new aspects of its nature. On certain nights, when the moon was full, he cast patterns of light on the walls that looked like maps of realms beyond mortal comprehension. Some said they heard old music emanating from him, melodies that spoke directly to the soul. As the years passed, the temple transformed into a center of learning and spiritual discoveries. The ancient divisions between good and evil, light and dark, began to be understood not as absolutes, but as aspects of a larger cosmic dance. Cyrus, growing old but maintaining a special sparkle in his eyes, often returned in thought to that chamber in the depths of Damavand. The truth they had discovered there continued to unfold in their understanding, revealing new layers of meaning with each passing day. Our greatest discovery, he used to tell his students, was not about good and evil, but about the nature of truth itself. It is not something to be conquered or possessed, but an ongoing journey of discovery and transformation. And so, the Iyam legacy of their journey continued to grow and transform, like the very forces they had encountered in the mountains. The original manuscript, now supplemented by volumes of new insights and interpretations, has become not an end in itself, but a starting point for countless new journeys of spiritual discovery. The story of Cyrus and Darius, their journey to the mountains of Damavand, and the truths they discovered there, has become part of the temple's living tradition, not as a dogma to be followed blindly, but as a constant reminder that the greatest truths often lie beyond our initial conceptions, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to question, seek, and above all, understand. The sun was setting over the hills of Rome, painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson. The streets of the still developing city buzzed with the typical hustle and bustle of the end of the day as merchants set up their stalls and citizens returned to their homes. At the top of the Palatine, King Tarquin watched his city from the window of his royal chambers, his thoughts heavy with the worries that his position imposed on him. Tarquin was a middle-aged man, with gray hair at his temples and shrewd eyes that revealed his calculating nature. He wore a purple toga decorated with gold embroidery, a symbol of his position as monarch of Rome. His advisors considered him a pragmatic leader, more concerned with numbers and strategies than with the signs of the gods, a trait that some saw as strength, others as dangerous arrogance. On that particular afternoon, the king was particularly restless. Rumors of discontent among the neighboring tribes were reaching his ears, and the harvest did not promise to be as abundant as necessary. While he was contemplating these matters, one of his guards hurried into the room. "My king," said the guard, bowing, "there is a woman at the palace gates. She's unlike anyone I've ever seen." Tarquin raised an eyebrow, more annoyed than intrigued by the interruption. "Different how?" "Her eyes, your majesty, they seem to contain starlight itself, and she insists that she needs to speak to you personally. She says she brings an offer that will change the fate of Rome." The king sighed, massaging his temples. It was common for charlatans and psychics to try to win royal favor with grandiose promises. However, something in the guard's description aroused his curiosity. "All right, let her in." Moments later, a hooded figure walked through the doors of the royal hall. As she approached, the air seemed to become denser, charged with an ancient and mysterious energy. When the woman lowered her hood, Tarquin had to hold back A startled gasp. It was the Sibyl of the Cougars, the legendary prophetess whose true age no one knew. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, as the guard had described, seemed to contain entire galaxies. In his arms, he carried 9 volumes, bound in ancient leather, each emanating a subtle aura of power. King Tarquin. His voice was as melodious and ancient as time itself. I carry with me the destiny of Rome. The monarch settled into his throne, trying to maintain his composure in the face of the supernatural presence. And what fate would that be? These 9 books contain all the prophecies that will determine the future of your city. Wars, triumphs, tragedies, and glories. Everything is written in these pages. Tarquin frowned, his practical side already calculating the costs and benefits. And how much do you want for them? When the Sibyl named her price, the king nearly fell off his throne. It was an astronomical sum, enough to build several temples or equip an entire army. That's absurd, he exclaimed. For a few old books? An enigmatic smile crossed the prophetess's lips. Without saying a word, she separated 3 of the volumes, and with a gesture, they instantly burst into flames, turning into ashes that floated in the air like mist. The price remains the same, she declared, now for 6 books. The king's initial shock was quickly replaced by indignation. You must be mad. It's still too expensive. Again, without hesitation, the Sibyl burned 3 more volumes, leaving only 3 remaining in her arms. The price doesn't change, she repeated, her voice carrying a weight that made the very walls of the palace seem to tremble. Tarquin felt a drop of cold sweat run down his forehead. His advisors, who until then had been watching in silence, began to murmur amongst themselves. The king could feel the weight of the decision on his shoulders. It wasn't just a question of money, but of the very future of Rome. The Sibyl's eyes remained fixed on him, seeming to see into his soul. In the tense silence of the hall, the crackling of the torches on the walls seemed deafening. The king realized that he was facing a crucial moment, one that would define not just a reign, but the fate of an entire civilization. His thoughts raced like wild horses. If the books really contained what the prophetess claimed, they could be the key to establishing Rome as the greatest power the world had ever seen. On the other hand, if they were just elaborate forgeries, he would be wasting a fortune on useless parchments. But there was something else, something that disturbed him deeply. The way the Sibyl had destroyed the other volumes without blinking, as if the knowledge contained in them was dispensable if it wasn't properly valued. What secrets had been lost in those mystical flames? What warnings and prophecies had turned to ashes because of his hesitation? And so, as the last ray of sunlight disappeared over the horizon, plunging the royal hall into the shadows of twilight, Tarquin made his decision, a decision that would echo down the centuries, influencing the fate not only of Rome, but of the whole of Western civilization. I'll keep the books, declared Tarquin at last, his voice echoing through the royal hall. The Sibyl inclined, her head slightly, a gesture that could have been either approval or resignation. The king's advisors immediately moved to arrange payment as the tension in the room began to dissipate. However, Before they could complete the transaction, the prophetess raised a hand, silencing everyone. These are not mere objects to be stored on a dusty shelf, she warned, her voice carrying the weight of millennia. They require dedicated guardians, a sacred place for their preservation, and specific rituals for their consultation. Tarquin, who had already recovered from the moment of decision, once again assumed his pragmatic stance. And I suppose you'll instruct us on these requirements? Precisely, replied the Sibyl. First, an underground sanctuary must be built under the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill. The walls must be covered with marble from Greece, and the air must be kept dry by methods I will teach you. As she spoke, scribes rushed to record every word. The Sibyl continued her instructions, detailing the need for 2 permanent guardians, chosen from among the noblest Roman families, who would dedicate their lives to protecting and interpreting the books. Only in times of extreme need should the books be consulted, the prophetess emphasized, and even then, only after the appropriate purification, rituals and offerings to the gods. The king listened attentively, realizing that the real cost of the books went far beyond the initial price. Buildings, salaries, rituals, all of this would represent an ongoing investment over the years. Even so, something deep inside him told him that every denarius would be well spent. And how will we know how to interpret the prophecies correctly? Asked one of the older advisors. The Sibyl turned her starry eyes on him, causing him visible discomfort. The prophecies are written in ancient Greek verse, with multiple layers of meaning. I will remain in Rome for as long as it takes to train the first guardians in the art of interpretation. This news caused a stir among those present. The Sibyl herself, the legendary prophetess who had already advised kings and heroes, offering to instruct the Romans. It was an unprecedented opportunity. In the days that followed, the city buzzed with preparations. Architects were summoned to design the underground sanctuary, while Rome's most influential families competed for the honor of providing the first guardians of the books. The Sibyl oversaw everything with a watchful eye. She rejected several candidates for guardian, insisting that the task required not only nobility of birth, but also purity of spirit and sharpness of mind. Finally, 2 young men were chosen, Lucius Petronius and Marcus Valerius, both from respected patrician families. Training began immediately. The prophetess instructed them not only in the reading of sacred texts, but also in purification rituals, meditation techniques, and the complex art of interpreting symbols and omens. The sessions often lasted from dawn to dusk, with the young people absorbing every word like dry earth absorbs rain. Prophecies are rarely direct, she explained during one of these sessions. Often, the true meaning only becomes clear after the predicted event has already occurred. Therefore, interpretation must be done with extreme caution. Meanwhile, Tarquin was beginning to notice the subtle changes that the presence of the books was causing in Rome. Priests from various temples sought to establish connections with the new sanctuary, correctly predicting that the Sibylline books, as they were already being called, would become a center of spiritual power in the city. The population itself seemed more confident, as if the presence of the prophecies provided an anchor of security in uncertain times. Merchants reported that other cities were already sending emissaries, interested in establishing alliances with a Rome that now had direct access to divine wisdom. One afternoon, while supervising the construction of the sanctuary, Tarquin found the Sibyl contemplating the sunset over the city. "You knew I'd end up buying the books, didn't you?" he asked, a question that had plagued him since that first night. The prophetess continued to gaze at the horizon, an enigmatic smile on her lips. "What was written in the volumes I burned will remain a mystery, even to me," she replied. "But Rome's destiny will be great, with or without all the prophecies. The 3 books that remain will be enough to guide the city through the centuries to come." The king nodded, realizing that some questions would never have satisfactory answers. The important thing was that Rome now had a new source of wisdom and guidance, something that future generations would consult in times of need. As the sanctuary took shape in the depths of the Capitoline Hill, the Sibyl continued her meticulous work of preparation. Every detail was important. The exact position of the oil lamps, the symbols engraved on the walls, even the direction in which the books were to be stored. Nothing was left to chance. One morning, while the first rays of sunlight were still struggling to penetrate the depths of the newly built sanctuary, Lucius Petronius found something intriguing in one of the volumes. It was a prophecy that seemed to refer to a period of great famine, followed by conflicts with neighboring peoples. He immediately shared his discovery with Marcus Valerius, and together they sought out the Sibyl. "The words speak of golden fields that will turn to ashes," Lucius translated, his finger carefully tracing the verses in ancient Greek, "and of spears that will shine under a red sky." The Sibyl listened intently, her mysterious eyes fixed on the young guardians. "And what do you interpret from these words?" she asked, testing her students as she usually did. Marcus, always more cautious than his companion, answered first. "A possible crop failure, followed by war. Perhaps the neighboring peoples, pressured by hunger, will seek to take our lands by force." "Or," interrupted Lucius, "it could be a warning about inadequate agricultural practices that will lead to the destruction of the fields, provoking internal conflicts." The prophetess nodded, pleased with her pupil's progress. "Both interpretations are possible. The art of prophecy lies not only in reading words, but in understanding their multiple layers of meaning." The discovery was immediately brought to the attention of King Tarquin, who called an emergency meeting with his advisors. The monarch, who had initially been skeptical about the value of books, now consulted them with increasing frequency. "We must increase our grain reserves," he decided after lengthy deliberations, "and strengthen the city's defenses. If the prophecy comes true, we'll be prepared." The measures were implemented discreetly to avoid panic among the population. Extra barns were built and filled, while the city walls received strategic reinforcements. The following months would prove the wisdom of these precautions. Summer arrived with brutal intensity. The relentless heat dried out the fields, and the harvests were much lower than expected. As predicted in the books, neighboring tribes, also affected by the scarcity, began to put pressure on Rome's borders. "The books don't just predict the future," the Sibyl explained to her students during this turbulent period. "They also offer guidance on how to face adversity." Following the instructions contained in the prophecies, The Romans performed specific rituals to appease the gods and established new trade routes with coastal cities, ensuring alternative food supplies. The crisis, although severe, was managed with an efficiency that impressed even the most skeptical. The reputation of the Sibylline books grew exponentially after these events. Delegations from distant cities regularly arrived in Rome, bringing offerings and asking permission to consult the prophecies. Most were politely refused, as the Sibyl had made it clear. The books were solely for the benefit of Rome. Lucius and Marcus grew in their roles, developing an ever deeper understanding of the sacred texts. Their complementary personalities, Lucius, more intuitive and daring, Marcus, more methodical and prudent, created a perfect balance in interpreting the prophecies. You are like the two sides of a coin, the Sibyl once remarked. Different, but equally necessary to the whole. As their influence grew, the guardians began to establish strict protocols for preserving and consulting the books. They developed a system for cataloging the prophecies, created detailed records of the interpretations, and established specific rituals for each type of consultation. One day, while organizing these procedures, Marcus made a disturbing discovery. There are prophecies here, he told the Sibyl, that seem to stretch centuries into the future. Some speak of events so far away that I can hardly imagine them. The prophetess smiled mysteriously. Time is like a river with many tributaries. Some paths are fixed, others can be altered. Wisdom lies in knowing how to distinguish between them. This revelation brought a new dimension to the guardians' responsibility. They were not just preserving knowledge for their own time, but for generations yet unborn. The importance of their mission took on even greater weight. Tarquin, observing the growing prestige of the Sibylline books, began to understand that he had acquired much more than simple prophecies. The books had become a fundamental pillar of Roman authority, a tangible symbol of divine favor over the city. The gods have entrusted us not only with knowledge, he said during a public ceremony, but also with responsibility. Rome must prove itself worthy of this gift. The Sibyl, who rarely attended public events, watched the ceremony from the shadows of the temple. Her starry eyes shone with approval as she observed how her teachings had been absorbed and transformed into lasting institutions. For Lucius and Marcus, every day brought new challenges and discoveries. Sometimes they would spend entire nights poring over the texts, debating the meaning of a single line or verse. At other times, they were woken up in the middle of the night for urgent consultations requested by the king or the Senate. Remember, the Sibyl often warned, that the power contained in these books must be used wisely. Not all questions need to be answered, nor should all prophecies be revealed before the proper time. This lesson would be particularly important in the events to come, as fate had even greater challenges in store for Rome and its sacred guardians. The city was only just beginning to understand the true value of the gift it had received, and the most crucial prophecies were still waiting to be revealed. Time passed, and the influence of the Sibylline books grew every day in Rome. Lucius and Marcus had become masters of their art, their interpretations increasingly accurate and respected. The Sibyl, satisfied with her pupil's progress, began to prepare to leave, knowing that her initial mission was close to completion. One particularly cold night, While studying the texts by torchlight, the guardians came across a prophecy that deeply disturbed them. The words spoke of a shadow from the north and treachery on the sacred walls. The language was more obscure than usual, with references to symbols they had never encountered before. "We must take this to the king immediately," Lucius insisted, his face pale in the flickering light. Marcus, however, hesitated. "The Sibyl taught us that not all prophecies should be revealed hastily. We need to fully understand their meaning before causing alarm." As they debated, the Sibyl herself emerged from the shadows of the sanctuary. Her starry eyes seemed brighter than ever, reflecting the gravity of the moment. "You have found one of the most important prophecies," she said, her voice echoing off the marble walls. "One that will test not only your wisdom, but also your courage." The young guardians listened attentively as the prophetess explained that some predictions carried the power to alter their own fulfillment if revealed at the wrong time. It was a delicate balance between preventing disasters and not precipitating their occurrence through fear and distrust. "But how will we know the right moment?" asked Marcus, his usual confidence shaken by the responsibility of the decision. The Sibyl smiled enigmatically. "The signs will come. You will learn to recognize them, just as you learned to interpret the verses." In the days that followed, the tension in the sanctuary was palpable. The guardians redoubled their vigilance, watching closely for any indication that could be related to the prophecy. At the same time, they needed to keep their concerns hidden from the rest of the city to avoid unnecessary panic. Tarquin, realizing that something was troubling his trusted seers, called a private meeting. "You've been different over the last few weeks," he observed. "Is there something I should know?" Lucius and Marcus exchanged nervous glances, aware of the weight of their responsibility. It was the Sibyl who answered, her sudden presence surprising even the king. "There are times for waiting and times for action, Your Majesty," she said. "Your guardians are learning the difference between them. It's a crucial lesson for the future of Rome." The king, used to the prophetess's riddles, nodded reluctantly. He trusted her judgment, even when he didn't fully understand her words. The routine of the shrine continued, but with a new intensity. Lucius and Marcus developed a shift system to ensure that there was always someone monitoring the signs mentioned in the prophecy. They also began training a small group of assistants, preparing for the Sibyl's eventual departure. "Knowledge must be preserved and passed on," she explained to the new apprentices. "But remember, it's not just the words that matter, but the wisdom to use them correctly." One day, during a regular ceremony to purify the books, something extraordinary happened. The flames of the torches flickered abnormally, and an inexplicable wind blew through the underground sanctuary, causing the pages of the sacred volumes to turn by themselves. "It's a sign," whispered Marcus, his heart racing. Lucius agreed, recognizing the moment they had been waiting for. "We need to decipher the full message now." Working tirelessly for 3 days and nights, the guardians finally understood the true meaning of the prophecy. It was not only a warning about external danger, but also guidance on how to strengthen Rome internally. "The shadows from the north are not just invaders," Lucius explained to the king and his council. "They are also the doubts and divisions within our own city." Marcus continued, Prophecy shows us that Rome's true protection lies not only in its walls, but in the unity of its people. The Sibyl, watching her pupils with pride, knew that they had finally understood the most important lesson. Prophecies were not just predictions of the future, but tools for shaping the present. Tarquin, impressed by the maturity of the interpretation, ordered a series of reforms based on the guardian's recommendations. The city's defenses were strengthened, but equal attention was paid to improving citizens' living conditions and strengthening ties between the different social classes. The Sibylline books are not just a treasure of Rome, declared the king in a public assembly. They are a constant reminder of our responsibility to one another. The prophecy that had so troubled them was beginning to reveal itself not as an omen of destruction, but as a catalyst for positive change. The city was strengthening not only in its physical defenses, but also in its community spirit. One afternoon, as the sun was setting over the Capitoline Hill, the Sibyl gathered her disciples for an important announcement. "My time here is coming to an end," she said, her starry eyes shining with a soft light. "You're ready to carry this burden alone." Lucius and Marcus felt the weight of these words. They had grown up under the tutelage of the prophetess, but the prospect of continuing without her guidance was daunting. However, they knew that this moment had always been destined to arrive. "The books are now truly yours to keep and interpret," she continued. "Use them wisely, for the future of Rome will depend very much on the decisions you make." The morning after her departure was announced, the Sibyl conducted one last ritual with her disciples. The sanctuary was lit only by torches, creating dancing shadows on the marble walls. The air was charged with the scent of sacred herbs burning in bronze braziers. "There's one last lesson I need to share," she said, her voice echoing in the sacred space. "The books I have kept for millennia and now entrust to you contain more than words. They carry the very essence of time." Lucius and Marcus listened attentively, aware that the prophetess's every word was precious. She continued, "Prophecies are not chains that bind us to a fixed destination, but rivers that we can navigate wisely. The future is like clay in the hands of a potter. It can be molded, but it requires skill and respect for the material." As she spoke, the Sibyl made ritual gestures over the 3 sacred volumes, her hands tracing ancient symbols in the air. The air in the sanctuary became denser, as if charged with divine energy. "You will notice," she continued, "that some pages seem to change subtly over time. It's not an illusion. Books are alive. They grow and adapt as Rome evolves. That's why they need guardians, not just protection." This revelation surprised the young priests. Marcus, always the most analytical, asked, "How will we know if we are interpreting these changes correctly?" The Sibyl smiled, her starry eyes shining with approval at the question. "Rely on the wisdom you have developed. Changes are never random. They follow patterns that you will learn to recognize." In the days that followed, the prophetess worked tirelessly to pass on her latest teachings. She showed them ancient techniques for preserving the scrolls, purification rituals that would keep the book's energy balanced, and secret methods of interpretation that went beyond the written words. News of his imminent departure soon spread throughout the city. Citizens from all walks of life began to gather near the temple, hoping to catch one last glimpse of the legendary prophetess. Some brought offerings, others simply wished for her blessing. Tarquin organized a farewell ceremony, publicly acknowledging the Sibyl's importance to Rome. Our city will be eternally grateful, he declared in front of an assembled crowd, not just for the sacred books, but for the wisdom she taught us to use them. During the ceremony, the prophetess remained serene, but her eyes revealed deep emotion. She knew she was witnessing the beginning of a new era for Rome, an era in which the city would learn to walk on its own 2 feet, guided by the wisdom of the books, but not dependent on it. On the eve of her departure, the Sibyl performed one last private ritual with Lucius and Marcus. In the silence of the sanctuary, she revealed a final prophecy, not from the books, but from her own lips. Rome will face trials that will test its strength to the limit, she prophesied, her voice carrying a power that made the very stones of the temple vibrate. There will be moments of unparalleled glory and moments of deep darkness. The books will guide the city through these times, but only if their keepers maintain purity of purpose and clarity of vision. Lucius and Marcus felt the weight of these words in their souls. It wasn't just a prediction, but a sacred responsibility being passed into their hands. And remember, she added, with a gentle smile, that even after my departure, you will never truly be alone. The wisdom of books will be your constant companion. The next morning, before sunrise, the Sibyl left. There were no grand ceremonies or elaborate farewells. She simply disappeared into the early morning mist, as mysteriously as she had arrived. Lucius and Marcus fully assumed their responsibilities as guardians. Under their guidance, the Sibylline books became a fundamental institution of the Roman Republic, consulted in times of crisis and celebrated in times of prosperity. Years turned into decades, and decades into centuries. Rome grew and expanded, facing challenges and winning victories, always guided by the wisdom contained in the 3 sacred volumes. Different generations of guardians followed one another, each adding their own observations and interpretations to the Sibyl's legacy. The prophecies continued to prove true, some in surprising and unexpected ways. The books proved their worth, time and time again, saving Rome from disaster and guiding the city to some of its greatest achievements. The sanctuary on the Capitoline Hill has remained a place of power and mystery, a constant reminder of the day when an immortal prophetess offered the eternal city not only knowledge of the future, but the wisdom to shape it. And so the story of the Sibylline books became an integral part of Rome's own history, a testimony to the power of divine wisdom and the importance of preserving it for future generations. The Sibyl's legacy has lived on through the centuries, not only in the scrolls she left behind, but in the spirit of reverence and responsibility she instilled in their keepers. As she had predicted, the books continued to grow and adapt along with Rome, her words always finding new meanings for new times. And on silent nights, when the moon bathed the temple in its silvery light, some said they could see the reflection of starry eyes in the ancient pages, as if the Sibyl was still watching over her most precious gift to humanity.